I now call the April 15th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting to order at 6:45 PM. Consideration of claims. Chair would entertain a motion for the recommendation of approval of claims.
Consideration of claims, so moved. To be paid in the amount of $746,736.13. Elon credit card in the amount of $11,805.98. Payroll and liabilities for 4/4/2025 in the amount of $233,303.25 for a total of $991,845.36.
Second.
Chair has a motion by Councilwoman Johnson to recommend approval of claims to be paid in the amount of $746,736.13. Elon credit card in the amount of $11,805.98. Payroll and liabilities for April 4th, 2025 in the amount of $233,303.25 for a total of $991,845.36. Is there any discussion or questions? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Is there anything additional, Madam Director Harris?
Mr. Chair, I have nothing additional to add tonight. Thanks.
Thanks. With the consent of the Finance Committee, we'll adjourn at 6:47 PM.
I now call the April 15th regular meeting of the Riverton City Council to order at 7 p.m. Councilmember Larson has agreed to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, after which I will give us an invocation. If everyone could please rise and remove hats. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful for the opportunity we have to meet here tonight with the good citizens of the city of Riverton and with the city council. We ask that it please bless us, that as we meet, we will have the Spirit with us to make decisions that will better our community, that will be of benefit to our citizens, and that will assist us in drawing closer to Thee and having an orderly, good community. We're so grateful for those who serve the community in many different capacities, especially for this week as we recognize our telecommunications staff, our dispatchers. Ask that it please bless them, that they can have a greater degree of ability to do their jobs and to comfort those who need comfort, and mourn with those who mourn, and assist our citizens throughout the community. Ask that it please bless our firefighters, our first responders, our police department, our emergency medical services. Please bless them, that they will be able to get to where they need to quickly and assist those who need assistance quickly. Also ask Thee to bless our 2 officers who are currently out of the country, that they'll be blessed with safety. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
All right. Administrative Services Director, Ms. Harris, would you please conduct the roll call?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Eric Carr.
Here.
Councilmember Rebecca Pearson-Lewis.
Here.
Councilmember Mike Bailey.
Here.
Councilmember Carla Borders.
Here.
Councilmember Kyle Larson.
Here.
Councilmember Karen Johnson.
Here.
Mayor Tim Hancock.
I am here. I declare we have a quorum, and we have everyone here, which is great. I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda with the change of item number 7, Telecommunicators Week proclamation, to have that be after item 9 before item 10.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Councilman Larson, second by Councilman Bailey. Any discussion? Reason for the change, and for those who are listening and watching, we have dispatchers who we want to recognize tonight who are driving here and anticipate they will be here a little bit later, so we want to make sure they're recognized and don't miss out. So even if they don't get here, Chief plans to speak very slowly. So we'll try that out. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. We'll move on to reports and comments then. Why don't we start with, man, I never know what order we've done. We start with you, Mike? Could we start with Councilman Bailey? You tell me.
We can. Okay, thank you. Since we've met last, I attended the Force Committee meeting yesterday. Again, we're working on multiple projects this year. They're going to be doing some slurry sealing of streets, and we're going to be doing part of the Riverview Road upgrade that we're splitting with the county, and a couple other small projects, some concrete, repairs and some of that kind of stuff. Again, the Force Committee has in the area of $2.5 million that it generates for our piece of the 1% sales tax that's in place. And that group is very frugal and working on getting our streets improved. Unfortunately, there's always way more improvements need done than there is money to do it. And so we're trying to do as much as we can and keep the streets in good repair so that we can maybe prevent some preventative, some maintenance that would need done in the future if we didn't do it now. So I also attended the Community Entry Services Dancing with the Stars this last weekend. They had a nice presentation, and again, the community was, as always, is very generous. They raised in the tune of about $40,000 with their event, and so, again, it's an organization that just does some really good things and takes care of some very special people in our community and helps them live fulfilling lives in a, less restrictive environment than that could be. So that's all I have, I think, for now. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Well, we'll just take things and go this way. Councilwoman Borders?
All right, Your Honor. I had a pause meeting before this meeting tonight. So I was there for about an hour or so and then had to leave. But they're just talking MOU and different things that they have, that they're working on this time of year. Also, there's a fundraiser. It's bingo night. It's for Cinco de Mayo, but it's actually on May 10th. So,
That kind of defeats the purpose.
yeah, it kind of does. That's kind of where it started, but they couldn't get the building until the 10th. So,
Cinco de Mayo.
yes,
Cinco y Cinco de Mayo?
See, I like that. Otherwise, that's all I have.
Okay. And I just looked it up. I don't know how you'd say that. We'll figure it out. I was going to try to figure out actually how to say Alvacaro. No, what is, that's a cowboy. How would you say the 10th of May in Spanish?
Oh. 10th of May?
Anyway, we'll figure it out. My 2 years of Spanish have left me. Councilman Larson, thank you for your report, Councilwoman Borders.
Your Honor, I've been nursing a broadcaster voice for the last 2 weeks, so I haven't had any fun other than I think I've used most of the supplies from napkins out of Walmart, so if there's a shortage, I apologize.
Might drive prices up a little bit.
Good.
I looked it up, El Diaz de Mayo. Yeah,
Yes,
now we know.
yes.
So I think you need to make sure
Good
you
to know.
advertise it that way.
Well,
that
I
El
think we
Diaz
should.
De Mayo.
I will mention that.
We'll get well soon.
I'm striving on it.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Well, I made up for my last 2 weeks of not doing anything. I was able to attend the subway ribbon cutting for the new owners. Also attended the human trafficking course that was put on by Frontier Ambulance Service. That was very, very nice. Gave some good information. I also attended the Mercy House fundraiser for the community, and I thought they had a really good turnout, considering it was their first ever event, so good on them. On Monday, the 7th, actually, we did the work session. We did the work session on Tuesday, 8th. On the 7th, I attended the rec board meeting. As council members, we like to share all the good things that go on, primarily. However, there are times when there are not so good things that go on. And during the rec board meeting, we learned that there was an audit that was conducted in 2019, and there was a follow-up audit that was conducted in 2020. And during those audits, there were 9 deficiencies that were recorded, and they were not addressed. In 2025, this year, they were randomly selected again for an audit, and in handling public funds, there are certain measures that are taken to ensure that the public's money is spent and handled correctly. And unfortunately, this is one of the deficiencies with the rec board. There is a substantial amount of money that does not match the check register, and the treasurer is working to find the inconsistencies, and 6 of the 9 still need to be remedied. They do have till July 31st to take care of that, but it is public record, and anybody who's interested in the actual findings can certainly request it through the State Department. I was a little surprised myself learning some of it, but it's a responsibility to report back. And so I truly hope they can remedy some of the situations. Beyond that, I survived the week, and I'm glad I made it to tonight's meeting.
Good.
That's it.
We are too. Thank you for your report. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Councilman Carr?
Thank you, Your Honor. I was out of town last week, so did not attend any meetings. I would like to remind everyone that April 26th, the Rotary Club will be doing a cleanup day throughout Riverton, so please help out with that. We will also be having a planning commission meeting this Thursday, reviewing a replat in the Woodridge Estates subdevelopment with Director Michaud. So if you're interested in a replat, come down and have a listen. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Exciting.
Very exciting.
But I am glad to hear, I really appreciate you bringing up the community cleanup. It seems like somebody else should have brought that up.
I was going to.
I'm glad that Councilman Carr was there to bring it up. The reason I'm trying to guilt Mr. Bailey about this is because his wife is the one who's organizing it. By the way, Mr. Bailey also didn't mention that a birthday of some sort occurred just recently.
I quit counting, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
we sang to you in Rotary. We could sing to you tonight. There's some good singers in here.
One song a day is plenty.
Okay, we'll let it go. Thank you, Councilman Carr, appreciate it. And the Rotary Club cleanup, April 26th, 7 a.m.?
7 a.m.
And where are we meeting?
at Bailey Tire and Oil.
Uh-huh.
So 7 a.m. and we'll line people out and they can spread across the community and pick up a bunch of trash and we're
We'll
doing
have vests and
lots.
PPE.
Yeah, we'll have gloves and accessories and all that kind of stuff and so just bring your body in a hat, so
Sunscreen?
probably a little sunscreen, hopefully.
All right. Councilwoman Pearson Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor. I was at the same rec board meeting Councilwoman Johnson was at. So, yep, same findings, everything, second that. So thank you for bringing that up. Other than that, I think the only other thing I did is I went to, you know, how the Cats Museum came and told us about all that stuff. I did stop in there, get to go and check their stuff out and see their new sign and see some of the stuff that they were doing. And Mr. Butterfield and I both were there whenever we made some, the birdhouses last weekend. So that was exciting and fun. So,
Good.
yeah,
That's great.
thank you.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
It was fun, yeah.
All right. Speaking of Mr. Butterfield,
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I just have a few things to run through. First, our regularly scheduled airport board meeting would take place this Friday, but however, it has been moved to Friday the 25th. That will be here in council chambers at 8 o'clock. And a reminder that the public is very welcome to attend that meeting. We'd also like to highlight that last week there was the Innovation and Entrepreneur Conference at CWC. It was well attended. We had some members of our staff attend, and I know several members of the community attended. And perhaps most importantly, one of our local business owner was spotlighted. It's been recently reported, but I think it's deserving to mention that Lauren Hirschamp was selected as Wyoming's Small Business Owner of the Year by the SBA. We'll have opportunity to go to Washington, D.C., and also be in the pool for the National Small Business Owner of the Year. So we're so very proud of her and proud of Brunton and the many things they do in our community. This week at CWC, there is the funding summit that's sponsored by our congressional representatives and also the governor. We have several staff members that are attending that, and it's a good opportunity to ensure that we do everything we can to stay sharp, seek funding opportunities, and know of the resources available to us. I would like to report a little bit on operations. We have so many employees that do many wonderful things in our community, and we provide a diverse number of services. I'm sure many in our community have noticed that our gutters this spring have remained a little bit dirtier than normal. And that's due to the fact that our street sweeper has had several issues. Our department has sent it down. It has to go out of state to be repaired. We're hopeful that that is the case. But I'd like to commend Mr. Eggleston and his team for really hitting the pavement to see if there was a way to lease a street sweeper, rent a street sweeper, partner with someone who has a street sweeper, and they were successfully able to do so. And we'll soon see a third-party partnership working on Main and Federal. And I just wanted to report that because I know I noticed that the gutters look dirty, and our team does too, and it's not because we're ignoring it. It's just we need to get the right tools in place to take care of that. So I do commend the team for finding a solution while our equipment is down. And that'll be our part to participate in the community cleanup, which I won't mention because we've already. On the 8th of February, oh my goodness, of April. I wish it was February still.
I thought you were reporting on something from 2 months ago, but.
It's about time to report on something from February, but to be more accurate, just recently, the 8th of April, the Legislative Management Council met to review the interim priorities and the committee assignments. And I thought I'd just report back a little bit on what I provided you in the weekly report. There was a bit of a theme as far as scaling down this year for the interim period. As you know, there's opportunity for interim topics to be proposed and sponsored by legislators and committees prior to the end of the session, and then Management Council has an opportunity to review those. One of the takeaways is some of the committees, will operate on a reduced schedule this year and have 4 days to meet and conduct business rather than the typical 6. And that's not for every committee, but for most. They will have a little bit of a scaled down schedule this interim session. Also, latitude is given to a lot of the committee chairs to discuss the topics they feel are most pertinent to their legislative committees during the period that they have as we prepare as a state for the upcoming legislative session, which will be a budget session. And we do appreciate the work of the legislature, not just during the session, but in the interim, because there's a lot of work that goes into reviewing potential bills and, more importantly, important topics across the entire state of Wyoming, and they put a lot of work into vetting those. I would like to bring up an item I've had opportunity to meet to discuss with some of the council members, but not all. Recently, at a December city council meeting, we had opportunity to speak about the Wyoming Community Gas Grant funds. Each year, as a way to give back to the community, Wyoming Community Gas provides a direct distribution of funds to the city of Riverton to then make an investment into the community. These funds have been used and designated towards beautification or park improvements. And at the December 17th meeting, the previous city council considered several opportunities and ideas and honed in on utilizing the funds for park improvements. And as a point of information and as a reminder, the funds available total $14,490.01. In the budget, we anticipated a little over $12,000 to come from the Community Gas Grant Fund, so there's a little bit more that will be received versus what was in the budget. Staff looked at opportunities to make a park improvement with these funds and honed in on a drinking fountain for City Park. However, Mr. Eggleston and his team found that the estimate to purchase a drinking fountain, extend the water line, and install it exceeded the amount of funds that were available from the Community Gas Grant contribution. Therefore, we went back to the drawing board and re-explored some of the other options that were brought forward during that council meeting in December. And Mr. Eggleston worked with our IT team and was able to get a quote for security cameras for the downtown parking lot and improved lighting for the downtown parking lot. And it would fall within that allocation. We'd like to get moving on it so that we can expend the funds this budget year. There will be opportunity next budget year to maybe look at the park improvements. But I thought I'd report back and see if it would meet the council's direction to pivot from park improvements and invest in the downtown parking lot. And I would be happy to get your thoughts on that, and afterwards I have just one other update to provide.
Anybody have any issue with that change?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your Honor, I just think it would be money very well spent to up the security in that parking lot. Kind of maybe chase off some of the bad actors because they'll be on camera now.
More light, less problems.
I agree. And I think that sounds good to me. Maybe we can talk about it if it's gonna be a little bit over budget from what we were estimating from the Wyoming Community Gas. We could add it to the capital plan this year. And then we'd be able to have that funded in part by Wyoming Community Gas, and then the rest, we could have it just as a part of the capital improvement, maybe, if we wanted to still go ahead with the drinking fountain there. I know there had also still been some discussion, and I think it's worthwhile discussion for improved lighting on the south end of the park there. We had talked about that right near the Napa, that there's just,
Dark zone.
it's dark, yeah. And people crossing that road, we certainly don't want to have someone getting hit. So, a couple of ideas for next year, I suppose, but I think everybody seems in agreement. That seems good.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, council, for your consensus on that. And we'll work with the downtowners. This was something that they brought forward as part of the Main Street initiative. Increasing the lighting is a good idea. Maybe over-increasing the lighting could be a bad idea for the residents of the area when they're trying to sleep at night. So we'll find the right balance, but also the security cameras will be a good addition.
I know I spoke to a few residents there that were like, I don't care if it's really, really bright. Not that I'm saying they can speak for them all, but it was a funny conversation because they're like, nah, I'll just get some better curtains.
Okay.
I'm not saying we should go crazy. Brian? I'm not saying we should go crazy. Something that makes sense, like Kyle said.
Thank you, Your Honor. It'll be really bright.
I knew it. I knew
Go
the minute I
crazy,
said
Brian. Light it up.
Super Bowl Sunday.
Space,
it.
right?
See-
I did it.
Bowl Sunday.
All right, Mr. Butterfield, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll get moving on that so we can expend those funds this budget year. I would like to turn the balance of my report to Chief Hurtado. I had opportunity to attend the graduation of 3 of our officers. It was a proud moment for the department. I really enjoyed the opportunity to support them. And I think it's a good opportunity also for the chief to talk a little bit about that and also the police staffing.
Sounds good. Thank you, Chief Hurtado.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, 3 of our officers completed their Wyoming Law Enforcement Peace Officer Basic Academy. Mr. Butterfield and some of our staff attended the graduation, and 2 of them are already busy working the streets. They completed most of the training ahead of time, ahead of the academy, and we still have 1 that will be completing their field training officer program over the next few months. I know the police department's been kind of in the spotlight on where we stand. Like I mentioned before, my goal is to make sure that we keep a fully staffed department where other departments within the U.S. are looking only about 50% staffing. To give you a better picture, all the officers, we have 28 officers, sworn positions. 3 of us are assigned administrative duties, myself, the captain and lieutenant. 5 sergeants assigned to various shifts and assignments within the department, 3 detectives, and 2 of our officers are assigned to the schools as school resource officers. With the remaining assigned to specifically patrol duties, we fluctuated over the last few years, and for specific patrol duties, we have the 15 that are assigned patrol. And with the academy graduates, we have 2, like the mayor mentioned, that are serving our country. They'll hopefully be returning over the summer. We have 1 lateral that we extended a job offer today. and should be starting in May. And we have another one that'll be finishing college and will be starting in June. And that will give us one more position to fill, and we will be fully staffed by then.
That's awesome.
Congratulations.
I know we usually don't clap,
It's only been 10 years.
but that's a big deal. And I'm really glad to hear the hard work you've put into that, Chief. It's good to have a mix. I know when we were talking a lot about this before, some of it was, oh, the answer, some people would say, well, the answer is lateral transfers. Other people would say, no, you need to get people that come in completely new. Oh, hey, our dispatchers got here.
Yay.
So it's good that you've got a mix of them, right? We get to have the benefits of both, so that's great news. I didn't mean to interrupt by clapping. Did you have anything else to report? I mean, I didn't mean, but,
No, Your Honor.
We can clap.
I'm good.
okay. Thank you, Chief. That's great news, and I'm really excited to have officers back that are serving abroad. It'll be great to have them back, and very excited. And we have a traffic unit now that is focused on traffic. It's not a very large unit. It's one, but it's a very large one. I would say I would not want to be in a fight against Officer Nethakamara. I'd like him on my side. So, good. Thanks, Chief. All right, I had the opportunity to do a lot of things, actually, that Councilwoman Johnson mentioned. I went to the Mercy House fundraiser, went to the training for human trafficking, good opportunity there. I forget the third one you said, but every single one you listed, I was,
Ribbon cutting?
yeah, the ribbon cutting. I was late to the ribbon cutting, so I wasn't in the picture. But just so you know, you may not know this, but Cindy starts right on time with the ribbon cuttings. And for those of us who sometimes run a little bit late because we're driving quickly from another city, starting on time doesn't work. Not that I'm trying to say anything. I was like literally 2 minutes late. They were already done. I'm just teasing Cindy. I actually was very pleased. I drove by the Public Works Department today, and I saw our crews out there patching the road, and that was great to see. Appreciate that it's gotten warm enough, and we have warm enough materials to work with. So that was good news, and hopefully we'll see them out and about. When we're talking about the force funds, the 1 cent funds, realize those tend to be, they go more towards new roads, some of this pavement preservation that we've done. When it comes to some of this just quick patchwork, that tends to come from the general fund. And so I really appreciate our crews out today, working hard, and I waved to them as I passed, and they just kind of looked up. But they did good work.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
we don't build any new roads with the Force Committee. We just repair existing roads.
Thank you. Good way to make sure we're clear.
That's
on that. Yes. I guess what I meant was like a new overlay,
Right.
as opposed to,
Chip sealing.
patching.
Yeah, chip sealing and patching.
So I had the opportunity to attend Rotary today, which is great. I haven't been able to attend for a while. My duties have taken me out of town, usually on Tuesdays. It was a lot of fun to be able to introduce myself to Rotary. I heard part of Councilman Carr's introduction. He did well, I think, for the 2 minutes I heard before I left. But that's a good group at Rotary. I think we've got a really fun, engaging group. I would encourage you, if you are interested in serving your community, or if you're new to the community, want to meet some new people, or if you just want to have an opportunity to get out and do some things, we have a good group with Rotary, and they meet Tuesdays at noon. They usually tend to meet right now at the Intertribal Center over at the CWC. So just good opportunities. I had also the opportunity to go and attend the Republican Party meeting where they were selecting the 3 candidates for the Fremont County Attorney's Office. It was a good opportunity to attend that, hear some of those answers. I'm used to that meeting being here in City Hall, so I drove to City Hall, saw the parking lot was pretty empty, and realized it was in Shoshone, and I had missed the memo, so I didn't get there a half an hour late. It was close. The other thing was, had the opportunity to attend FCAG. FCAG right now has a lot of things we're working on. One of the things we've been discussing has been a survey trying to figure out what kind of group we want to get together to look at solutions for emergency management funding, particularly the ambulance, airport funding, and WRTA transportation funding. Just what that can look like in the future, what kinds of options we have for something that might be either more palatable to the public or more permanent, whatever that might look like. And so what we've kind of discussed is just each of the communities choosing a person that would just meet with the other group, kind of like FCAG, just on a smaller scale, not a smaller scale, the same scale, but, and try to come up with some ideas. So that's kind of where we're at right now with that. We also discussed the idea of a grant writer position. This is something that came about because Idea Inc. had offered to fund a position, and it's been a tough one to try to figure out what that can look like, and I think we finally came up with a good idea. Idea Inc. wants that to be something that's sustainable and self-sustaining, and so coming up with that has been a little bit difficult, but I think we've got it now where it would be, grant writer would be hired, and then each of the communities, as they use the grant writer, would be paying, basically pay to play. If you want to use the grant writer, you'd have to pay for it, and that's the best that we could think of. And really just the funds from Idea Inc. would just be the basic funds that would then be paid back by the community.
Your Honor, would that be offset or prorated if the grant allowed for payment of the grant writer?
That's the plan. The problem with it is, and some of the difficulties with it, which we discussed, were the grant writer is not necessarily on staff, but they're through FCAG. So yes, we could probably do that and could prorate it with the operations or whatever funding, not operations, but some grants do allow for the grant writer to get a portion of it. The other thing that we discussed that would be a little bit difficult is if we had two communities within FCAG going for the same grant, you would not want to be using that grant writer for that because one or the other would have to bow out or whatever and would have to do it on their own. So that there's a couple of situations that we still need to iron out, but the idea is a lot further along than it used to be, when the idea was just the grant writer would be getting all of their salary from grants, and in speaking to people that actually do a lot of writing grants, they said, no, that can't work. So we're still new, figuring it all out, but I think we've got a better idea now, and we're trying to get it finalized. So.
Good news.
I had the opportunity to attend the DUI task force. They've got a lot of good things going on. I would let folks know, anybody can attend that. We're talking about, I guess, trying to get a little bit better, not publicity, but having people be more aware of what it is, what they're doing, that sort of thing. It's a little difficult to explain because you have the task force, which is made up of representatives from like the Governor's Council on Impaired Driving, different community representatives who show up and are willing to chime in and that sort of thing. But then you have the task force, which is when there's a grant that would be funded through the state, that usually is through the State Highway Patrol, that goes out and does the work. So you've got the task force that's doing more of the mental discussion and that sort of thing, and then you've got the task force that's doing the work. And then you have the multi-jurisdictional enforcement team, which is where we have basically problem-oriented policing, and they're hitting specific spots in one of the communities in the county. So when you talk DUI task force, you could be talking about any of the three. I did not go and stop people, so I wasn't part of that task force. This is one that actually meets in Riverton about once a month, and they try to come up with solutions. One of the things that we're missing that we would like to have are liquor license holders. Oh, yeah, I'm looking at you. Our liquor license holders that are willing to attend and participate, because I think being able to get their perspective could be helpful. A lot of the individuals there are involved with law enforcement in one way or another, treatment in one way or another, probation and parole, that sort of thing, but being able to get some individuals from amongst our liquor license holders could be a benefit. So I guess I'd encourage you to look at the Fremont County Prevention website, and then they have a link that we'll usually have when our next meeting is. Or talk to me offline and I can look at it, because I don't remember when it is right now, but we tend to meet once a month. So just FYI. I think our next meeting is April 22nd at 1 p.m. or 11. Nope, 10:30. I'm thinking of FCAG. I've got a lot I'm thinking of. I run late, yeah. Luckily, that's not a meeting that I tend to chair, so, or ever chair, so you don't have to worry about that. Yes, I was right, look at that. April 22nd, 10:30 is our next DUI task force, and it's here in this room. And good opportunity to be talking about what's going on. We really want to make it so that Fremont County is no longer #1 in the state for DUIs and traffic fatalities. I think we've made some improvements. I think the multi-jurisdictional enforcement team has been helpful in that regard. Getting more staffing at the police department is helpful, but would encourage any members of the public, whether liquor license holders or not, that's not a requirement, but feel free to come. I guess the last thing I would say is, second to last thing, I would second the recognition of our own Lauren Hershamp. I think that's great. Excited to have her heading off to Washington, D.C., and also would extend my congratulations to our new Fremont County Attorney, Micah Wyatt, who was selected by the county commissioners today. So great news all around there. All right, communication from the floor, citizens' comments. If you're in the audience and you want to speak about an item that's already on the agenda, I could give you some time to speak then. If you want to speak about something that's not on the agenda, you can feel free to come up here, let us know your name, organization with which you are affiliated. I'd ask you to keep your comments to 5 minutes for an individual, 10 minutes if you're a part of a group, kind of split it up amongst you and the other members of the group. Regardless of when you speak, whether it's now or later, I'd ask to address all questions and comments to me. That's just parliamentary procedure. Refrain from use of individual names or criticism of a personal nature, and try to keep things directed to the issue under consideration. For example, if we're talking about a particular ordinance or something, try to keep it on topic with that ordinance. So that'd be it. If you could tell us who you are.
Thanks, Council. Jason Hawk, I have Bar 10 here in town. First off, I want to thank you guys for looking at some of our liquor laws here in the city and making some changes on Sunday. That's a great opportunity for all of us, and we appreciate that as a whole. I'm here to talk to you guys tonight about another law that isn't a state law, but is a city law here, and that's minors in the bar. Bartend's been a community bar. We've spent a lot of time in council meetings, and we try to be a community bar that is fun for the whole community, and we work with tourism boards and a lot of different things throughout the years to create good situations for our community, and tourism, bringing them in and showing them a good time, and keeping things like wrestling and some of these things in our community, keeping them strong with us. So during those time periods, several years that I've been on some of these meetings, we were told that we could have minors in our bar by not this administration, but previous administrations. And it's something that we've done in Bar 10 for several years now. We started doing something on Monday and Tuesday nights that is kind of like a family night where families could come in. It's kind of a slower time in the bar for us and helps create relationships with our customers, and we get to know them on a different level with their family, and it's something that we've done for quite some time, and it's been successful for us. About 3 months ago, I don't know, I'll just say several months back, it got brought to my attention by the city that I was told that I could no longer have minors in the bar. So that was kind of heartbreaking for us and for, the families that were coming in, and I lost money and I lost customers over that time period. I wanted to kind of look at the state law, look at the city law before I came in and visited with the city kind of face to face. Once I did get in and visited with the city, we kind of found out that as long as I was selling a little bit more food than I was alcohol, that I can continue on in the direction that I have been doing business. I feel like the problem with having more food than alcohol, that kind of hinders my business as far as what kind of year I'm having. I mean, if I wanted to do, another 6 weddings, as far as doing a bar for them, that could skew those numbers. And so really what I want to, talk to you guys about is why this is on the books. Visiting with you guys, I didn't really get a clear answer on why this law was on the books to begin with. And I'd like to have a discussion about it on why we are doing this. And like I said, it's not giving me the freedom that I need to run my business. Do I look at, a very small group of people that I would like to have in my bar, or am I looking at the big picture? And it can be skewed. And maybe next year I come and I'm serving more alcohol than I am food. And then that gets taken away. Then I lose an opportunity to open up for lunch. You can't open up for lunch if you're not opening up for everybody. It just seems like something that we ought to be looking at. So I'd appreciate the discussion, and maybe if we're not seeing something that makes sense safety-wise or for our community, then maybe we take this off the books.
You're impressive.
5 minutes right on the dot.
That was pretty good. I appreciate it, Mr. Hawk. I guess if I'm not mistaken, you had a conversation with Ms. Harris, and I think the one, as I'm just looking at the ordinance 9.16.010.
Your Honor, it's actually section 5.04.020, section F 1 and 2.
Okay, give me that one more time.
5.04.020, section F 1 and 2.
All right, so there it says, and this is city ordinance, not state statute.
Correct.
No person, no licensee or agent, employee, or server thereof shall knowingly permit any person under the age of 21 years to enter or remain in the licensed building where alcoholic or malt beverages are dispensed in an establishment that provides an adult entertainment and/or is primarily for on-premises consumption, where the primary source, and that's where we were talking about the amount of food versus alcohol of revenue is from the sale of alcoholic or malt beverages unless operating a restaurant with a commercial kitchen, and you have a commercial kitchen,
Which I am, yes.
but the primary source of revenue is not from the sale of food. Okay, I see where we're talking about now. I also would note that that would also be a violation of 9.16010. It's unlawful for any person under the age of 21 years, so that's more on the person and not on the bar owner, to frequent, visit, any bar room, saloon, and then we have disorderly house or house of ill fame at any time of the day or night. So both of those. All right, we can keep talking about that. I know you had spoken with Ms. Harris about it. I don't know, maybe we could do a work session or something to kind of see if we want to make any changes there or not, or what. We'll talk offline and kind of sort it out a little bit.
Okay.
Mr. Butterfield, did you have anything to add?
Oh, no, Your Honor, I was just bringing it down in case you had questions, but at the will of the council, we can schedule a work session. If this is something you'd like to have staff work on and bring forward to you, we'll take your direction.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a question real quick. What's the state statute say?
State statute says just don't serve to minors.
Yeah, it's pretty wide open.
So they can come in, you just can't serve.
There is no state statute prohibiting minors in a bar currently.
And what's the norm around the state?
Probably
That is the norm around
I
the
think
state.
that is fairly the norm around the state, Your Honor. I apologize. I know we have also, and I know you don't want me to compare to local municipalities, but our neighboring community is a perfect example of the same business model that Mr. Hawk has, the Lander Bar and Grill, and they allow minors in their establishment.
It's a little bit different, though, where you've got it pretty clearly separated between the bar serving area than the restaurant.
They
But
do.
they also allow them on the other
They
side.
allow minors in the bar area as well.
Okay. No, that's good. And I wanted to.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, is that set hours? Is it within a certain time frame, or is that any time?
Your Honor, our code is very clear that it states unless their primary source of revenue from their operation is from the sale of food and not from the sale of alcohol. It doesn't really distinguish, it does distinguish hours where it says if the establishment opens a commercial kitchen, persons under the age of 21 may enter or remain in the licensed building until the hour of 10 p.m. So our code does specify how late they can be in there.
But that's only if there's a commercial kitchen and the majority of the revenue comes from the kitchen and not from the bar.
Correct.
Your Honor, I think it'd be a great idea to have a work session and be able to thoroughly flush all that out, figure out what we're saying, what other communities are doing, and then, again, see if there's some opportunities to help them out without putting our minors in a position they shouldn't be in.
Okay.
At least we can talk about it.
Yeah.
Whether we want to finally make a change or not, we can kind of workshop that a little bit.
Okay. I appreciate you looking at it, for sure.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm just wondering, so at this work session, will we be inviting the business owners, the bar owners, so they can have input?
I think that'd be good.
We'd love to attend, for
I
sure.
mean, if you're the only one that wants this, right? Not that I'm saying that's the case.
It might be. I mean, our business model's a little different than a lot of other ones that are in our community right now.
Well, the only thing I'm thinking of with yours is I know you've had like the trivia night, you've had dances, different events that you have as opposed to basically being a bar that is a bar. I don't know. We'll have to just keep talking about it and see if we want to change it or not. We got a few people that were very against the change we made about Sunday, and I think no matter what we want to do, we certainly want to be able to have feedback from the public and.
Well, yeah, I'm all for that, for sure. One thing that I kind of would point out about this is, if you are selling more food than you are liquor, then I could apply for a bar restaurant license, and I could open another bar, or I could sell that license. I mean, it's also kind of taking away, you know, what we've put into buying into having a full retail liquor license. And when I talked to the guys down in Cheyenne, they thought that was kind of very strange that that would be something that would be on your guys' books.
I don't think we mind being a little bit strange sometimes. Anyway, I appreciate it, Mr. Hawk. Thank you.
Okay. Let me know. I'd love to attend.
Okay?
Thanks.
We'll kind of get that figured out. Might not be until after budgets, budgets are done, so it might not be until later in the summer.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Here she is, the person that's always on time for ribbon cuttings.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Cindy Olson-Roden with Riverton Chamber and Visitor Center. We do have another ribbon cutting on Saturday, the 19th. Wild West EV is going to be at the cosmetology school at CWC. They're putting in some stations, some EV stations there, and we're going to do a ribbon cutting. It's supposed to be at 11, but we could make it 11:03 if you'd like to attend. No, it's at 11.
I
So,
hope you know that I'm just teasing you. It was
I know.
my fault.
I know. Thank you. So we will be doing that. Another thing I want to bring up that we've got going on is April 22nd, which is next Tuesday, in conjunction with the Wind River Visitors Council and the State of Wyoming Tourism. They are bringing to the college from 9 to 11 a Google and Trip advisor workshop for businesses to learn how to, better their listings on those two formats, or platforms, I should say. And so it should be really good for businesses to attend. It's free. And it would be a wealth of information. So I'm very thankful for the Wind River Visitors Council for that, and the the tourism. And then we will be having our after hours, April 24th at the Fremont Center. We've got a couple of mobile businesses that are going to be sponsoring the after hours. So they're going to pull in their mobile business trailers into the Fremont Center. We're going to have a couple of old cars. We're going to have a couple of nonprofits. So from 5 to 7 on that Thursday, April 24th, should be a really good one. And then on May 2nd is our Lunch and Learn. A representative from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce will be here and putting on a presentation for that Lunch and Learn. So that'll be a really good one as well. And I just wanted to add that I attended the CWC Innovation and Entrepreneurship Conference last week. Got a lot of good resources for our businesses, members, nonprofits, so I'm excited to share that information. And then I have been attending the Wyoming Funding Summit, learning about grant writing. Now, I don't know that I'm going to be a grant writer, but I'm learning about it so that I can help, our possible nonprofits and small businesses, maybe with some funding resources. So all stuff to pass on to our members and others. So that's about it, unless you have a question.
No,
Okay.
appreciate
right.
you reporting.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
If I could, one thing I forgot to mention is the Boys and Girls Club breakfast that's coming up
Oh, yes.
next Wednesday,
Recognizing Mary Axtell.
April 23rd, recognizing Mary. Everyone loves Mary. They start serving at 6:30, and the program begins promptly at 7.
Promptly, you had to add that for me, didn't you?
That was just for you.
April 23rd, start serving at 6:30. I don't have that on my calendar. I'm glad you reminded me, because I will say, when they do that, they don't have anything you have to pay at the door. It is something where they just encourage you to make a meaningful contribution to the Boys and Girls Club. And they also have some items usually that are for auction. And if you want to have Mr. Bailey again serving you, are you serving this year?
I will be gone this next week, so
That's a
my,
tradition.
my crew will be there serving.
Never mind, you probably shouldn't attend if. All right, 6:30, and that's at the Fremont, no, that's at Fremont Center? Okay, great. I'm glad you reminded me. Okay, we'll move on then. I think any other public comment? Good. Well, our dispatchers got here, so we'll move on to that item. Go back to what was originally as item 7. I'll report on this briefly, I guess. Telecommunications Week is a big deal because I will tell you that I don't want to sound, I don't know how to say this. Our police officers put their lives on the line every day. Our firefighters put their lives on the line regularly. If not every day, then pretty close. Around here, sometimes you get people that are making it, sometimes even our ambulance crews, EMS, might be doing things that put their lives on the line. And none of them would be able to get where they need to and would be able to get the help that they need without dispatchers. Dispatchers are a huge part of our community, a huge part of the city of Riverton, a huge part of everything that just makes our lives every day possible. It takes a special person to be a dispatcher. I would encourage you, if you can work it out sometime, to actually go back to the dispatch room. They have about 50 screens. I'm exaggerating, but they have a lot of screens. Some of them have video on them. We talked about this with the police chief's report, that sometimes they watch the video for entertainment. He outed you on that. No, Sarah outed you on that. So if it's night and there's, not a lot of phone calls or anything like that, sometimes they're like, hey, let's see what's going on at the park tonight. I'm sorry, Sarah, I just have to say because you said it. So they are a huge part of our community, and I am very pleased to be recognizing them. There was a time when I was really good at knowing all of our dispatchers by name, and I think I still do. So we appreciate all the work that you do for our community every day. And I would be remiss if I didn't say we also appreciate Brandon Brookover, who is right now working the dispatch center so that all our dispatchers can be here away from their normal duties. So I know Brandon's watching this too, so thank you, Brandon. All right, I have a proclamation to read, and then the chief has something that he wanted to say, and then we'll get back to our regular business. So, whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services, and whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the Riverton Police Department Emergency Communications Center. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of the Riverton Police Department have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each dispatcher, that's everybody here, and Brandon, has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Riverton declares the week of April 13th through April 19th, that's this week, to be National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Riverton in honor of the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and citizens safe. Signed by me, Tim Hancock, Mayor of the City of Riverton. So, and then we'll move right to the chief here.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I appreciate you recognizing our staff from the police department. For those that don't know, our dispatch center last year received over 30,000 telephone calls into the dispatch center. 2,500 of those were 911 calls. They're the ones that bring calm when there's chaos. They're that reassuring voice on the other side of the phone when, like it was talked about earlier, somebody's worst day. And tonight is our opportunity to thank all of our dispatchers here for Riverton. Our dispatchers are recognized as first responders, which is a big step from many years ago because, believe it or not, they can feel the effects of PTSD, especially dealing with some of our officers. They feel it. Each year, hundreds of first responders, police, fire, ambulance, tragically commit suicide because of what happens during their shift. An estimated about 2% of those involved include our 911 dispatchers. They are physically stuck behind the phone, behind the radio, while the other first responders are going to the scene, and they have to multitask, which I cannot do. They're amazing. Now, I'd like to first call Sarah Nelson. Please come forward. Sarah is our dispatch supervisor. She possesses a wealth of knowledge for our department and is often the go-to person for a multitude of questions. Sarah is responsible for compliance of our National Crime Information Center. She applies and manages many of our grants for our department and evaluates our dispatchers annually. Our quality assurance, we're working to obtain quality with interacting with our county attorney. She's also in charge of our field training officer program for our communicators, and all this while also dispatching behind the console. Sarah, this is a family event. Yay! For you. So I'd like to call Brandy is not here. She's still asleep. Okay, I'm going to recognize Brandy. Brandy is a very efficient dispatcher. She's been around since 2007. She's very meticulous about what she does. She has several collateral duties, and she's been really a good wealth of knowledge for our department. So I just want to recognize Brandy for her service since 2007. Thank you. Miss Kristen Havens. Kristen's been with our department for 6 years. She is also one of our field training officers. She's also instrumental in filling out our NIBRS requirements for our statistics. She's also very helpful, speaking as a new chief, when I walk in with an arrest and I ask her what forms do I need to fill out to make sure this case isn't dropped. So she's very helpful with all our new staff, especially with our admin. So Kristen, thank you. Next is Camille. Not only does she work our overnight shift, but she's also attending nursing school. She's been employed with the city for the last 3 years, and when she first started to be proven to be a quick learner and quick on her feet. And if anybody doesn't know, all the more interesting calls happen at night, so Camille gets to feel that. And with all our night officers, we appreciate her making sure that all our officers return home safely at the end of the night. So, Camille?
Camille also has to put up with her husband, who is a trooper, and that you should get a medal for just that by itself.
Megan Ayers. Megan's been dispatching with us for almost 5 years. She has a very warm presence in dispatch, always greeting her officers with a smile and a joke, especially trying to scare us walking into dispatch in the middle of the night. She's our DUI specialist and assists our officers with all the DUI paperwork to make sure that good conviction is brought forward. She's also one of our field training officers to train our new dispatchers and is very helpful to officers and very kind on the phone and the radio. Megan, thank you. Caitlin Parker. Caitlin's coming up on 3 years serving our city. She's a tremendous asset in dispatch, very trusted employee, covers dispatch as different illnesses have come through any enclosed dispatch center. She's always there to answer the call and to help out at the last minute. She's very efficient, and her work really stands out. She assists in verifying our stolen vehicles in the city, guns, and missing persons to make sure that all of our records are accurate. Caitlin. Trey Laird has been with us for a year and a half now. Trey came for us. We stole him from a nearby law enforcement agency communication center. He was with them for almost 2 years. He shows excitement coming to Riverton and learning how we do things here and how busy sometimes we can also be. He's also one of our nighttime crew. Trey's he's the one that kind of gets things done when we have some unique things because he's able to network out with the other law enforcement agency that dispatches for the county. So, Trey, thank you. As the mayor mentioned, Brandon Brookover still holds a dispatch certificate, and he's, I'm sure, watching us live and making fun of us. Thank you, Brandon, for stepping up tonight and covering so we can recognize our dispatchers. I also want to recognize Lisa Looper for also holding a dispatch certificate. She jumps in. She's our evidence tech, and she'll come in and cover when things happen and we need some extra dispatch assistance. We do have another dispatch that will be joining us. Another dispatch will be joining us in May, and another one scheduled to join us in July. And that will bring us again up to fully staffed. With that, Your Honor and Council, thank you very much for recognizing our staff.
You can shake hands with everybody or not, at your leisure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good job.
Thanks. Thank you so
Thank you.
Glad you got here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I owe you.
How's it going? Thank you so much.
Had to
Thank
just
you.
tease Travis. How's it going,
sir.
by the way? Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. And of course, you're welcome to stick around or leave or whatever you want to do. We'll miss you. All right. Well, let's move on to the consent agenda. Administrative Services Director, if you could please read the consent agenda items by title only.
Yes, Your Honor. Approval of the minutes, April 1st, 2025, regular council meeting. Approval of the minutes, April 8th, 2025, council work session. Approval of the minutes, April 15th, 2025, Finance Committee meeting. Approval of the Finance Committee recommendations, April 15th, 2025. Approval of the municipal court report for the month of March 2025. Open container permit application, Riverton Lions Club picnic at Sunset Park, June 2nd, 2025, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., and Wind River Visitors Council budget.
Okay. Are there any items requiring further discussion?
Yes, Your Honor. The Finance Committee met at 6:45 this evening to recommends consideration of claims to be paid in the amount of $746,000, $736,736.13. Elon credit card in the amount of $11,805.98. Payroll and liabilities for April 4th, 2025, in the amount of $233,303.25 for a total of $991,845.36.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Borders with the motion, Councilman Bailey with the second. Any discussion?
Your Honor, I'll abstain from the Bailey Enterprises line item on the Finance Committee report.
All right. Thank you. Anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion passes. Legislative session report. City Administrator's report, please.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I was making eye contact with the Visitors Council. Very pleased today to have two of our local representatives, and Senator Salazar was scheduled to be here today, and unfortunately had an unforeseen incident that caused him to travel, and he will try and come to another meeting. The legislative session this year was one that was very involved, and we've talked about it through these last few months, and I appreciate that we have our local representatives here to provide us an update. And with that, Your Honor, I will yield the floor and allow them to provide that update.
All right, sounds good. Are we going to go in order of seniority or seniority?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. For those of you that I have not met before, congratulations on your election and congratulations. My name is Pepper Ottman. I am the House District Representative for District 34. That district encompasses Du Bois, as well as Pavilion, parts of Crowheart, Kinnear, the eastern side of Riverton, over to Lions Valley and Lander, and down to Jeffrey City. So I've met a lot of people over the last few years. I'm serving in my third term. I must say it is a pleasure to be able to work with Administrator Butterfield and Chief Hurtado and Sheriff Lee. When I call Mayor Hancock for sure, and Commissioner Bailey, when I call and when I have questions and things like that, it's always answered. So it's a pleasure for me to be getting to know all of you, which if I wasn't serving, I don't know that I would. What the plan is, I had talked with Kyle earlier, and he said just give an update of my position in the legislature and what that looks like, because honestly, with 60 days and meetings every week, myself and Representative Gugemas could be here for a week, and we know that you want that limited. So I'm going to say hello. 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 I wasn't sure who was behind me. Hello to everyone, and I'll limit it. First off, our session was for a supplemental budget session. It was not a budget session. In the legislature, we have 60 days every biennial. So that was 40 days this time and 20 days next year, which will be the budget. In 40 days, we had like 798 bills that were numbered, and of that, 550 some were actually worked and passed through committee and onto the floors. So That is a lot of work. We did a lot of good work. And I'm so happy that the things that got done for businesses, for communities, for individuals, for all kinds of agriculture bills, for mining, we were able to do a lot of things this time, and it was great. Where my bills were in, just to go back for a second, when I first entered the legislature, I was on this mission about President Biden's Executive Order 14008, which was for the 30-30. And what that was that he said through the Tackling the Climate Crisis at Home and Abroad that he signed on January 27th, 2021, that by the year 2030, 30% of all lands and waters in the United States would be under federal control for the climate and some different things like that. When I looked at that and realized the state that I live in, which is already upwards of 60%, this is in addition. So it was very concerning to me. So over the years, I have run a bill, Conservation Easement Amendments. This year it was House Bill 220. It did not get considered again, and I just couldn't figure out what the deal is with this. But as I researched it, we have differences of business and also in priorities with our citizenry. One of the things is there's a group of people that get conservation easements, and they're very well paid for these easements. The thing that concerned me was not that they're doing what they want with their private property, but that they're putting these easements and they're getting paid for them into perpetuity, which takes private property out of the landscape. So that's been kind of a concern. So I changed my bill this year just to say 30 years maximum with renewal if so that as it goes down through the generations, that can be changed if so. With the landscape of housing and selling off state lands and doing different things like that, it's even more of a concern for me. So I will be attending some state land symposium next week, which I will not be able to go to the Boys and Girls Club breakfast then, which I was really looking forward to. But I will be over in Laramie at that, because this is a very important issue. And while conservation is not a bad thing in and of itself, when we give over private lands to government entities, as different administrations change, the care of those lands and the taking of those lands and the usage of those lands can change also. So anyway, that's a whole thing that I'm very passionate about, and I will continue to work on and gain information and also work to see that that's done in a good way. Part of my constituents are down around Sweetwater, down in Jeffrey City, and what they're going through is there is a movement to put bighorn sheep into the Sweetwater Rocks. Well, while that sounds like a really good deal for sportsmen, and there's a big ranch down there that said, we would like to have this done, and so a senator got on it and said, okay, we'll work on it. The thing is that there are disease crossovers between domestic and wildlife, just with bighorn sheep and domestic. And we have people out there in Jeffrey City, my constituents, that are concerned because of the domestic grazing rights that they have. So I ran a bill this session, got it through the House, went into the Senate, had a lot of support from Farm Bureau, from stock growers, from Game and Fish, and another entity as well. Of course, all of the citizens down in Jeffrey City. But when it got into the Senate, it was said, you know, this is something that it really isn't worrisome, and we've been dealing with this for years. It'll be fine. And so the Senate it did not put it out of committee. So I will be attending through Zoom, because it's also next week when everything else is going on, the Game and Fish meeting that they will be having in Casper. And this issue is on their agenda for Wednesday. And so at that time, because there has to be agreements across different entities, and so at that time, there will be policy looked at between the Game and Fish, Department of Agriculture, and this working group. So I'm still working on that as well. Another thing is House Bill 222, Medical Ethics Defense. This is another one. I have these things that I get them through part of the committee, so they're moving on down the road. But medical ethics is very important to me. We have some people that are very well known in the medical community that have gone to medical school, that have gotten their degrees. Some of them have even been put on medical boards, which are very prestigious. And then because they have voiced their opinion about, and caution about certain procedures that may go on through different entities, they've been removed and they've been blackballed. And so my bill was to put an end to that and to say, ethically, if you have a reason that you truly believe that you should not have to speak in favor of these things or to perform actions, that you should not have to. So that bill will be another one that I continue on. The other thing is there's a thing called SLAP, and what it is strategic lawsuits against public participation. Sometimes people, when they are expressing their First Amendment rights, whether it be through speech or something they write or something they may say or an opinion piece, they are sued. And even though the lawsuit doesn't have a lot of merit, the money that it costs these people, sometimes it's tens of thousands, sometimes it's 100,000, whether they be an individual or an organization, we would look at them as fraudulent lawsuits. And so what my bill was created to do was for businesses and individuals was to have that suit go before a judge to say, does this have merit? If it doesn't, then they can still proceed, but then it will be at their cost. And if they lose, then they will pay for both parties. So that was my anti-SLAP bill 223. And as I talk to people, they're like, what's SLAP? What's SLAP? Well, people don't know that very well. That's why I'm talking about it, and I thank you for this opportunity. But what I will say is that people do know what fraudulent lawsuits are, and they do know what it is like to be taken into court and lose your home or lose your irrigation rights or lose a lot of other things. So I'm working on that. One bill I did have that passed was HB 116, driver's license unauthorized alien restrictions. In the Corporations Committee last year, we did not run any election integrity bills or just election bills, but we did have some good bills come out of the House. And so what this bill does is said unauthorized. When we all go to get our driver's licenses, we have to show proof of citizenship. I have to show my name from a birth certificate to a marriage certificate to a divorce certificate to a marriage certificate, whatever it is, to get my driver's license. This bill says that if you are attempting to get a driver's license in the state of Wyoming, you must be authorized. You must show proof of U.S. citizenship. And that passed both, the governor did not sign it, but it did pass the House and the Senate. So that's kind of an update on what I do. I was also at the Mercy House fundraiser, and that was fun. I'm so excited that this is going on. It's such a good effort. And also the innovation and entrepreneurship, which was interesting. Let me see. I think pretty much that is it. With anybody, anytime that I can be of service, or you have a question or a comment, please feel free to email me, text me, or call me, and I'll be done. Okay.
Thank you very much, Representative Ottman. Do we have any questions or particular things from the council? I can attest that you are very easy to contact. I feel like anytime I've reached out to you, we've been able to catch each other, even if it was in the hall when I was in Cheyenne. I'm sorry I kept you from your business when
That's fine.
when we had a minute to visit, but thank you for your service and appreciate all the hard work you've put in for the, let's see, how many years have you been in the House now?
This is my third term, so this is my 5th year. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you, and thank you for letting us know about those and
Yeah.
teaching us a new acronym.
And yes, I would like to just say too, is it is so nice to be here. As we don't always know, we see the federal things on the news, in the news, but we don't always know what all you guys are doing. And there's a lot that you do, as well as the county commission and the state. So thank you for this opportunity, and give it over to my colleague.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you. I had one bill that made it through the whole process. That was House Bill 133, and that was the sanctuary city prohibition, which I was pretty proud of that one, making it through. It's been presented many years before I even came to the legislature, but it finally crossed the finish line. So it was good to get that one across and prioritize the safety of our Wyoming citizens. Another bill was not mine, but it has been kind of a source of contention, was House Bill 199, which is the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Act. That one, there's been some information about it that kind of has misled some people and caused a stir, so I just kind of wanted to address some of those if I could. I kind of typed up a response to some of the comments that I've been hearing about it, if that's okay. The Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Act has been said that it draws money from our public schools, and that is not accurate. It actually is a completely separate funding. It comes from the general fund account, not the funding account that goes to our public schools. So it's completely separate. The public schools are fully funded, as they should be, and it's mandated that they are. So that has not changed. What this does is the money from the general fund gets deposited into an ESA, or an education savings account, which means the funds to our public schools remains unchanged. Therefore, when someone says that funding for our public schools will suffer, that's false. We make sure that the public school funding, that the public school funding will be unaffected by this legislation. Another misconception is that parents will receive a $7,000 check for every student they have. No checks will be given. The funds that were mentioned previously are deposited into that ESA, which is in the custody of the state. And the parent has the ability to direct the funds to pay for a broad array of educational services, ranging from private school tuition, tutoring, curriculum, school supplies, materials that will be used for the child's education. Therefore, every expense is accounted for, and the likelihood of fraud is greatly minimized. The Wyoming Education Department is currently putting together a website that will have all the approved services and supplies listed for the parents to choose from for their child's education. Additionally, the freedom and independence of education service providers is preserved. Private schools must be certified by the state superintendent. The certification is limited and only means that the private school has verified that they teach reading, writing, mathematics, civics, history, literature, and science. Additionally, all students must take any nationally normed exam. ESA students are able to do a home-based program, but are legally a separate category from homeschoolers. They are ESA students. Therefore, complete autonomy for homeschoolers was preserved, and not only preserved, but we expanded that through the other legislation this session. I believe that was House Bill 46, the Homeschool Freedom Act. So that one was where the parents no longer have to supply the curriculum to the public school superintendent. They don't have to notify them what curriculum they're going to be using any longer. One of the most important changes with House Bill 199 is universal K through 12 eligibility, which means that every child that is eligible for public school is eligible for the ESA program. 4-year-old pre-Ks are also eligible if the family is below 250% of the federal poverty level. This pre-K amendment was something I didn't particularly want to see. I think it takes us down, starts us down a road of socialized daycare. There are some that were wanting it to be universal pre-K. So I do not agree with that. And now to Senate File 69. I've got a presentation here to kind of walk you through the numbers. It's a little easier if you can see it.
And what's the name of your assistant there?
This is my dad, Michael. He's the PowerPoint guy.
We just call him Vanna for short?
Your Honor, can I just get clarification? So the ESA accounts for, is that for homeschooled children? Do they just go on to this website once that's announced, and the funding, the funding assistance that was talked about, that's where they would obtain that?
Not strictly homeschoolers.
Well,
I mean, it's basically any kind of alternative education source other than public schools.
so anything other than public, so private, homeschool, et cetera, they can go
Exactly.
on this website and assist. So is it like a loan program that they just go and apply for, or is it just, okay?
Now, it's not a loan.
It's not a loan. No,
It's
no, it's not a
scholarship
loan.
for-
It's something you apply for that if granted, you get that access to that $7,000 per student.
So it's per student, not per family?
Correct,
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification about that.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the information about that coming out of the general fund. I've heard that criticism from
Yeah, that was a big one.
other individuals, and it's good to know. And the ESA program has their own eligibility requirements that if you're interested in, 21-2-904 as the eligibility for that. So
Okay, perfect.
have to have not graduated from high school, less than 4 years of school, and you have to sign an agreement that requires it to be used for the qualifying expenses that are on the website.
Yes.
And that's even things like school uniforms, educational software applications. You can use it for online school, those sort of things.
Yes.
And I think you also have to be within equal to or less than 250% of the federal poverty guidelines.
Yeah. For the pre-K, the 4-year-old pre-K.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay, Senate File 69. That was the property tax relief bill. That was 25% of the residential property tax, or up to the first $1 million in value of your property, residential property. During the session, there were a lot of different people crunching numbers, and our county assessor also reached out to me, which she's awesome. She knows her stuff. And I recently had a meeting with her just to go over the numbers to make sure we're all on the same page, which was a really good meeting. And we were pretty good on our numbers. But I just kind of wanted to walk you through it, so maybe you've seen this, I'm not sure. But if not, I wanted the public to be able to see it so they can have a firmer grasp on what's going on. What we did is there was someone who created this spreadsheet for us so that we could go and calculate the effects that this 25% property tax reduction would have on a county level or a town, city level, so that we could come back here and share this information with our people. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is the first section of this spreadsheet. And these numbers come from the State Audits Office website. Interesting thing, after this session, the Audits Office was getting so many calls for these documents that they finally just said, we got to do something different here. We're going to put it on our website. So that's what they've done. So basically anybody can get on their website and get these documents and go through the numbers themselves if they'd like. So I thought that was kind of cool to have that much activity on their site. They were actually appreciative. They said, we thought nobody cared about our job and what we did. But now people are paying attention, so that's excellent. So on page B of the handouts that I gave you, which is all part of this presentation, so you could see it better in hand. The first, page B, C, and D are screenshots of the State Audits Office censure report for the city of Riverton. So those numbers that you see on there are what was inputted onto the spreadsheet. Now, one thing this spreadsheet does do, and Kyle, you mentioned, I believe you brought this up the other day about there's some designated funds that come in that you can't take from. This pulls that out. This spreadsheet pulls that out and separates discretionary, which is on the left-hand column, and the designated is on the right-hand column. So all I did is I inputted the numbers from the audit's office into the spreadsheet. Okay, so now we're on page E, just back on the spreadsheet so that you can see those numbers again.
And I guess just
Let me,
for purposes of broad strokes here, Senate File 69 basically provides that for a residential structure, so this is not for commercial or anything like that, just residential and just single family, another important distinction is the exemption is 25% of the fair market value up to the first $1 million.
correct.
So in other words, you can't just say this is going to affect 25% because we're talking residential, single family, which already eliminates a lot of residents.
Yes.
And when I say residents, I mean homes. Not commercial, of course. And then also it depends on if the person takes the exemption.
Right.
Which interestingly enough made me laugh a little bit, but that you had to say nothing prohibits a taxpayer from paying without the exemption,
Correct.
which I get putting that in there, but it did make me laugh.
Yep. Yes, that's correct. So now we are on page F. And this is the second section of the spreadsheet. And I kind of broke this into 3 different sections. The top section will be your cost of government report. Now what this is, it's basically a check and balance to make sure that the numbers that we inputted from the City of Riverton census report jive, that I didn't fat finger something in and make a mistake. So if you turn to page G, this is the cost of government report. And on the highlighted section on the right, that's the city of Riverton delineated out. And what happens there is you go and you find on the left-hand column of that report, you'll find property taxes, which is the top on page F, property taxes of $667,275. That was a number from the S66 report. The S66 report, which is the numbers on the right-hand side, we're checking to make sure that number is right with the cost of government number. So you go back to that spreadsheet or the report, you find that property tax value, you go over to the right to the city of Riverton highlighted area. It has that number of $667,275. So you input that in. So basically, those two numbers jive. And you just work your way down that spreadsheet. And there was a total of $31,018,478 from the S66 report. On the right side, that matches the cost of government number on the left side. So that means we input our numbers correctly. Okay, this next section is the abstract and mill levy report, which is that middle section on the spreadsheet. So for that, we go to the abstract and mill levy report on the website and get the value, the property tax levy value, which was $563,824. So with that number, we come back on page J of your handout, and you can see I've inputted that $563,824 into that section. Now, once you do that, you can go down to that last bottom section, and you can put the name in. So I put in Riverton, and then the percentage of residential structure and land has to be figured out. What percentage of the property in the city of Riverton is actually the residential structure, not commercial, ag, and so on and so forth. On page K of your handouts, this is how I got that number. And this was from Tara Berg. She sent these numbers out, and you take, in order to find the percentage of residential improved land, I took that 68.6 million and change number under residential improved, and I divided that by the total of all of the different classifications of property, which was the 112.7 million and change. That gets you the percentage that you would need for this calculation. When you take those numbers and you do that division, if you go back to page L, if you go on to page L, you'll notice I put 69%. The actual number is 61, but why I did that is to compensate for all of the other exemptions, your veterans, your long-term homeowners. So I tried to get a fuller picture. But technically, Senate File 69 is, we would put that 61% for residential structure, and that would get you, I can get to the right page.
When you had to show your work with math classes, this seems like it would have been a strength for you, Representative.
Yes.
Well, I'm just saying, I really appreciate it in
Yeah, it's not-
breaking it down so that we can see that this isn't just something you pulled out of the air.
Right. Yes. Okay, so with a 61% percentage in there. That would work if you wanted to write these numbers in, if you just wanted to pay attention to Senate File 69, the effects of it and not the others. That 61%, the total exemption amount would be $85,983, which would be about a 0.8% reduction in discretionary revenue. So that's basically the sole effects of Senate File 69. But in addition, with all the other exemptions, that's why I bumped that up to the 69%. And that got us up to the total exemption amount of $97,260, which is a 0.86% reduction.
Gotcha. How's the math look, Ms. Harris? So in other words, what you're telling us is this reduction at most, and as estimated, should be somewhere in the neighborhood of about 100,000.
Yes.
Which I think was the early estimations we had as well, Ms. Harris, although it was just taking the total and doing some division, and I really appreciate your hard work on that. It's good to be able to see both of you came to a similar conclusion.
Yep. Yep.
Tell me what this means for counties, though. I mean, I know that for the city of Riverton, that's a big deal in terms of what the difference is for our budget. What kind of a reduction can we expect from the county?
The county, let me bring that.
Or, I mean, fire departments.
Yeah, okay, so the county level, I did not bring that sheet. That was, if I remember correctly, that was a, do you remember that county number? I don't either, and I should have brought that.
We'll offer to have you go report to the county commissioners and.
Yeah, sure.
I just would add, when we did a lot of these different ones to look at it, it was anywhere from 0.1% to 4%. Across the state, that was the highest was 4%.
Well, and I guess the only reason I say that is because it depends on where you're living, right? For example, Jackson, you've got many more residents that are over 1 million, so they're not going to be able to take advantage of this. You have perhaps more commercial property that you might have, depending on where you're at. So it just, I know as you're looking at it and kind of looking at a whole, it might be somewhere around 4, but just was curious. And just out of curiosity, because, you know, we associate a lot with the county, we have to work with the county, and the concern presented, I think, from citizens is what kind of a reduction might we see in services, and that also comes to things like fire departments, other things that are getting these funding. Heck, even the rec board, which has, is based on a mill levy that's through the property taxes that, and we had some discussion even the other day with our utilities, like what does 25%? And that's where it helps to get into this, okay, we're talking 25% of the residences that are under 1 million, and only if you claim the exemption, which you still may not if you don't want to.
Right.
And then from there, what does that actually mean? Because some of the, you know, property tax comes from commercial, different things like that, so.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I just
did.
was interested to see it.
I did pull the Riverton Fire Department. Now, wasn't sure on that percentage of residential I wasn't sure if that was strictly the city or if it was the county.
Gotcha.
So I pulled both numbers. If it's the city only, that 61% that we were talking about earlier, that would end out about a 12.1% reduction, which would be about $84,830.
12% of a pretty small budget already for volunteer firefighters.
Yeah, they get hit the hardest because the bulk of their funding is property tax.
And there had been talk about backfill. That never
Yes, it never happened. We tried House Bill 169 That's the one we got done in the first 7 days of session. We got that out of our chamber and into the Senate, but it never saw the light of day. And what that provided was a 50% property tax reduction, but it provided, I believe it was 72 million in backfill. And that 72 million came from where we had cut funding from parts of the governor's proposed budget that he wanted that we didn't think were emergency related. We pulled that and we're setting that aside for the backfill. But there was,
But the Senate refused to even consider
the Senate
the
refused it.
supplemental budget and said, we're not going to pass that.
Correct. And the governor had also chimed in and said if there's any backfill, he would veto it. So we were out of luck on that.
So we're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of perhaps 12% for the fire department.
Yes, if it's that 61%, but if it's on a county level, which I'm not sure, that would be about 44%. And that would work out to about an 8.8% reduction, $62,021.
Well, the fire district actually isn't just the city, it's a little bit more.
Okay.
But it's not as big as the county either.
Okay.
But I appreciate some of the math there and candor, frankly. I mean, you're not running away from the numbers, which I really appreciate, Representative.
Sure, not a problem. I mean, this is action that I took, so I need to stand by it, so. Yeah.
Councilman
I have a question. So, for example, somebody lives in a rented home. Is that considered a residential home?
The person who owns that property, basically, they would only get the tax exemption on the house that they live in. They would not be able to claim it on other properties that they own that they are renting out.
So in effect, you're making the cost of two homes. Let's say I live in one 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, and I own one that I rent. You're saying that the tax is going to be 25% higher on the one that I rent, which then passes on that cost to the renter, who's already challenged because they don't own their home, they rent, but they end up paying, that tax is going to get passed through to them, basically, right? So now you're punishing the renter as opposed to the homeowner. And I understand what you're trying to do, and I'm just, you know, it becomes a little more of a challenge, you know, for the person that's, you know, on the lower level trying to work their way up. They're actually going to pay more in property tax than somebody who owns a home and lives in that home.
Are you saying that because you're considering the rental property to be commercial as opposed to
Well,
single-family residential?
In this context, it is commercial because it's being rented, it's not being lived in by the owner. That means they're going to pay 25% more property tax than the person that lives in their own home.
Right, in comparison. It's not that they're
In
going to be paying
comparison.
more, it's just they're not going to get the advantage of paying less. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But I mean that, if they're doing the math between, I can rent a house for $1,000, let's say, that cost of that rental is gonna be higher than if they own the home, because the tax is gonna be less on the one they own. You see what I mean?
I do.
So I mean, it's a challenge, and that's the problem. I mean, that's the sausage making that you guys get to deal with.
Yeah.
That nobody realizes all the complications to these issues. And then, of course, to me, the challenge becomes, okay, it's $100,000 for the city of Riverton. Well, that's $100,000 that we can't spend on the things that we need to do. Okay, and I understand the homeowners have an issue too. But what would you like us to cut to save the $100,000?
It tends to be just a little bit more than or about half of what we do for contracts for services usually.
No, it's just, no matter what, it's $100,000.
Yeah.
And the county, it's gonna be $200,000 or $300,000, or, you know, I mean, you know, and Kyle's on the solid waste board, and a lot of their revenue comes from the mill levy.
Yes.
And so now we're all gonna pay more for trash because they're gonna say, I don't have enough money, I'm gonna go from $80 a ton to $100 a ton.
Commissioner, if I could just interject for a second, it was a very difficult time. The very number one thing when we went to session this last year was property tax. help us, because our property taxes have gone sky high because of inflation, because of new assessments, because of a lot of things. If we look, and we've done some of this, and I don't have the numbers here, but you can do it, and you guys heard that you can get on the management audit site now and do it. But when you look from 2019 to 2025, the increase in money, plus all the ARPA funds, plus all of that stuff like that, that should have been for sustainable things. The amounts of money that have come in to the different districts have been phenomenal. We had to help people that were losing their homes, and that's what we worked with. We couldn't control what the Senate did. Their belief was that we're not gonna, you folks want a tax cut, we'll give you a cut and see what it does. So they did not want to backfill. We did the very best we could for the people that were greatest at risk. This is only step one. This is a brand-new body down there. We have lots of conservatives that are new but not new to politics or government. Very, very astute, wise people that worked on this. We have worked over the last few years for pieces and pieces and pieces of tax help. Put an exemption here, put an exemption here, put an exemption here, rework this. This is the first step to some reform. We've only been in office they have for 4 months. This is the first step of a new way of looking at tax policy. So we've got to be patient. And just like President Trump said, to do all these things, to cut all these things, everybody's going to have to cut back a little bit. So excuse me, but thank you. Okay, that's just the mindset. It's going to take us all.
Appreciate it.
And I do want to address a little bit, because I did work some numbers on the increase since 2019. The city of Riverton, their revenue from the property taxes has gone up 36% since 2019. So we're dealing with a less than 1% reduction. So in the grand scheme of things, I get it. I get it, it's a reduction, and the families in this community and every community have had to sit down and redo their budgets. And that's never fun for any family or any government. Okay, but sometimes you just got to do it. And basically, I was elected. That was my main thrust during my campaign was we need property tax relief. And that's why I was elected. So that's why we did what we did. I wish we could have done something. I wish we had more time to really get into the nuts and bolts, because our tax system structure is very convoluted, very complicated, and we just didn't have time to do it the way I would have liked to have had it done. But we got some relief for the people for a time. I mean, actually, there's no sunset on this 25%. It will switch to just strictly owner-occupied. On the second year, owner-occupied will not include the land, just the owner-occupied structure. So then that means there won't be quite as much of a reduction. You'll get some of that back. But that's while all the time we will be working on reform. That is the goal. That is the main impetus for, I know, the House members as we are talking. Reform is front burner for us. So we'll be working very closely on that.
There was one of the bills that addressed creating, or it was our constitutional amendment, wasn't it? Reclassifying tax classifications.
Yes.
Did that get passed?
Trying to remember what happened with that, the commercial versus residential kind of tax classification. Did it? I don't think it did. Did it pass?
Did that?
I don't think so.
I was trying to remember. Mr.
I don't think so.
Do you remember? That was
A lot happened. I don't
at
know.
the same time, but that was last year with state of Wyoming. I think it passed by a very slim margin, now that I remember.
Your Honor, are you talking about what happened, not this previous session, but the one before?
Yeah, that was previous session, yes.
That did pass.
Yeah.
As far as creating the new classification.
But nothing was acted on that, using that different classification for, a different assessment
We talked.
percentage for residential compared to agricultural, commercial, et cetera.
I believe there was discussion about that, but I don't believe any action came from that. From what I recall, a lot happened, and it's really difficult to keep it all straight.
I'm sure it is, yes.
So, okay, so I do have the numbers for the Fremont County Solid Waste District. That was a 0.83% reduction, 0.83% or $62,021 is the numbers that I came up with. Anyway, talking with the county assessor, Berg, she was expressing her frustration about how on the back of the sheet, of the notice of value sheet, she has this document that I have up here. And it's basically an explanation of all the different kinds of exemptions available. It delineates it out so that people can look at it and decide which exemption works best for them. So it's very straightforward, very easy to understand. And I told her I would just put this in the presentation to get that word out to people to read the back side of that page. That'll help clarify that, these different types of exemptions. But ideally, my hope and goal is that we will be able to get rid of, do a complete reform. Because basically Berg was saying that her system was not designed for all these different kinds of exemptions. So they're having to do extra work to try to make it work. So we kind of inadvertently made her job harder. But the goal is to try to remedy that and get some real tax reform done.
I know there had been some discussion, and I don't think it was this last session, but the one before, about perhaps getting rid of property tax and moving to sales tax only. I know that had been something of a discussion that
Yes.
died pretty early, if I remember correctly, but
Yeah, I mean, that's still being talked about from what I've heard here and there. Different aspects of that. A lot of different versions on how we can get rid of our property tax, which is my goal. My view is as long as there's property tax, you never own your property. Because even if it's all paid off, for instance, when I was going door to door, there was an older couple that had built their home debt-free, and they were saying, we think we might have to sell this because we can't afford the property tax increases on our fixed income. That's just wrong. So I think as long as property taxes are still a thing, no, you don't own your property, ever. So.
Well, and I do think there's an interesting, there's the exemption in terms of, for the long-term homeowners that could apply to some of those, right, which was a 50% reduction. 65 years of age or older, paid taxes in the state of Wyoming for the last 25 years, primary residence only. But I do think it kind of goes to show why we have such a complicated income tax code, right? Because you come in, you try to fix problems, and we create a new exemption to try to fix problems.
Yes.
And then it just gets all sorts of complicated, and being able to look at reform from a bigger picture
Yes.
makes sense.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I think it's important. No matter which way you go when it comes to taxes, somebody's going to pay the ultimate price of that. In Wyoming's unique in such a way that we don't charge a state income tax. All of our services are funded through state taxes and local taxes and 0.5% taxes and 1% taxes and all that stuff. And so I think it's really important that the public realize that in order to get what they're wanting and save their homes, there's going to be a reduction of funding coming into the city essentially. And a lot of those services that are just expected are going to see cuts as well. We're going to have to prioritize through the budgeting session. We're going to have to prioritize the needs of the city, which is fire, EMS, law enforcement, our water, things that are needed within the city. And all of these entities and groups and committees and stuff that are coming to the city for money are eventually going to have to realize that they're going to have to fend for themselves. They can't rely on the city. And I just think that finances are going to have to be tightened up because they're trying to help people stay in their homes that own them, and rightfully so. And we're trying to keep water running and emergency services available. So there's going to be cuts on both sides.
Right. Any other questions for Representative Guggenmoss? Glad you were able to come up for air. I know you had a pretty busy session, and I know that gets difficult when you're in Cheyenne and back here in town. Good to have you.
Thank you.
I do think it would be good to, crunch some numbers with the county and speak with them, although I think they have Tara there that does that and is looking at that.
Yeah.
But definitely appreciate you coming in and speaking to us about it.
Just one thing. Mr. Guggenmoss, when a family moves into a house and buys it, that's the price of the house. Now, whether your neighbors buy another house, elevate it up, unless you sell that house still has the same value to that couple. The sad thing about it is you look at 16th East, where I live, and there must be 9 houses that were built anywhere from 205 to 225. Because of the free spending that we had from the previous administration and the money flowing in, those houses that are at 2.5 or 250 are now 4.
Right.
No engineering additions. They haven't added an upper floor, a basement. They've added nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So when that house sells, that should be the price of the house. Nobody comes in and automatically somehow raises the price 30%
Right.
just because that's the way it is.
They can.
When we have, and you talked with the county, not one of those appraisers is a fee appraiser. Not one. They've all taken the courses, but until they do it for a fee independently, it's just make-believe. Now you say, well, how do you know what you're talking about? I'm at a mortgage broker for 30 years, and I've watched the income not go up that much in Fremont County, yet the prices of houses have gone skyrocketing. I don't know what the legislature thinks they're doing, but there's not one person in this whole audience whose salary has gone up by the same amount of money that the houses have gone up.
Yeah.
Not one.
Right.
Or the rent.
Or the rent. I mean, if Mike Bailey's gasoline had done what our prices of houses, he'd be selling it by the pint. And I mean, there's nothing against Mike's gasoline. It's just, he's not allowed to do what the state of Wyoming has done or the Fremont County has done.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I agree. It's a
we're
huge
we're
problem.
behind you. But I think the tax situation, and he's not here, I said, well, why do you have to do all these grandiose Prop 13 or 17 in California said, when you sell your house, that's the value, and until you sell it again, that's the value, and that's the taxes that remain.
So the acquisition
You don't get a
value?
couple moving in that buys a house on that budget, and then the house eats them up.
So are you talking about the acquisition value?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there's no rocket science in it. It's been done. When we do a program in Riverton, we look at all the surrounding communities. How do they handle it? And that's what we find out, what the greatest thing is. In fact, that's what our next discussion will be on liquor. How do other people handle it, et cetera? So we don't try and re-engineer this and fix that a little bit, and, you know, we look at other people that have done the models. Anyway,
I agree.
thank you, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you,
Yeah,
Councilman Beatty.
And I agree, it's one of those where, and I appreciate as a residential homeowner, the deduction in my property tax on that. Okay, the challenge I see is that's not spread evenly among the entire population.
Right.
You got renters who are not getting that relief. You've got local business owners that own a commercial property, they're not getting that relief. So eventually, that's gonna get lopsided, right? And, you know, the person that owns their business building has just the same amount of cost challenges that residential people do, just on a different level. You know, so
I agree. This is,
to me, that's the scary part about this whole classification discussion. And going, oh yeah, we're gonna do residential, but you have to meet this criteria and this criteria and this criteria. We'd be better off, like Kyle said, is just say, the value you paid for that is the appraised value. And, you know, even if you said, okay, we're gonna minimize the increase by, you know, the CPI or something, you know, that's based on cost of living or something, you know,
and we did.
I know you got 60 other people you gotta get to agree with.
You're
so I'm
you're
not-
good.
I'm
We
not
did
blaming
try.
you. I'm just,
We did try to run, I believe it was Tony Locke, did run a bill for acquisition value, and it didn't make it.
yeah.
So, I mean, we're trying, but we got a lot of heads in this game, and they all have different thoughts. It's really tough to get a cohesion where we can get something done that is meaningful. Right now, we're working with what we got. But the goal, like I said, is to change the whole thing.
And us, as the people that are responsible for the finances of the city of Riverton, everything we're doing with the money that we have, the cost is going up too.
Sure.
I was on the Forest Committee, and the price that we're having to pay to get a street redone is up 10, 15, 20% a year. And so to say we're gonna go back to 2019 amount of money we spend is not reasonable either, because to do the same amount of work, it costs more money.
Sure.
Our employees are all getting paid more money than they were in 2019. You know, so I mean, there is no easy answer, and I'm not,
No, there is not. Like I said, it's a convoluted mess.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, and that's what's, like I said, that's what gets difficult when you add new exemptions and everything.
It is.
Not like I'm criticizing, I hear that, you know, you were trying to solve it, and it's like, I think last year there was another exemption that was added, and then the veterans exemption, and it just, it shows why we get a complicated income tax code.
Yes.
Because every year you come in, you're trying to solve a problem, and the reality is you kind of sometimes have to take a little bit of a scalpel to it and be like, let's just rethink a lot of this, which I appreciate that that's what you're wanting to do during the interim between sessions.
Yes, and that's not just me, we're talking with a lot of the House members anyway, and we're all on the same page. We need to look at this.
Right.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you, appreciate it. I think it
You.
would probably be a good time to take a break. I know we've got a lot of people waiting for other business items, but we'll take a recess if nobody has any objection. It's 9:14, let's take a recess until 9:20. You guys get done in 6 minutes? Yep. We have people that want to go home, me among them.
I'm one of those.
Sarah Almquist Squires,
Eventually.
I caught her earlier today, and she said, yes, I was there at the last meeting.
Oh, just told me that out there in the
Made
hallway.
me laugh. Yes, that was a long meeting.
Can you blame her? Can you
No.
blame her?
All right, we're back in session. It is 9:22 PM. After our recess, we went a little bit over. Public hearing and consideration, fireworks permit application, Riverton Little League. Deputy City Clerk's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mayor and council, included in your packet this evening is the annual application for fireworks permit submitted by the Riverton Little League, who is seeking approval to detonate fireworks at their year-end championship celebration at the Ron Sabin Complex on June 26th. The conditions of the permit application are complete, including a letter of support from the Riverton Volunteer Fire Department and a map showing the location of the launch site. Based on the information provided through the application process, staff is recommending approval of the fireworks permit application as presented. Also in attendance at tonight's meeting is Elizabeth Coomer with the Riverton Little League, should you have any questions.
All right, thank you. I'd entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Councilman Larson, second by Councilman Bailey. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. I declare the public hearing open. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes and other applicable laws. I'd ask those individuals wishing to address the council to approach the podium and identify yourself for the record.
I'm Elizabeth. I'm with Riverton Little League. Good evening, council, members, mayor. I'm here tonight to request approval for a firework display to celebrate our upcoming Little League Championship Night. It's a special event for our players, their families, and their communities, or in the community. Dinner will begin at 5:30 p.m. with championship games starting around 7. All players will eat for free. The fireworks show is planned for around 9:30, right after the games wrap up. We'd love to have you guys join us. Come enjoy dinner, watch your local Little League teams in action, and help us with in the season with a bang. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well said. End with a bang. I like puns. Always great. All right. Any
You have any
questions?
questions?
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak about this? If there's no one else, I'd
Seeing none,
entertain a
Your Honor,
motion.
I would move that we close the public hearing.
So
Second.
moved.
Motion by Councilman Bailey, second by Councilman Carr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Declare the public hearing closed. I'd entertain a motion to approve the fireworks permit.
So moved.
Riverton Little League on June 26, 2025.
I'm sorry, so
Motion.
moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Johnson.
I like fireworks, sorry.
She got a little bit excited. You could say she jumped the gun, maybe not very good. Councilwoman Borders with the second. Any discussion? Other than I like fireworks?
I like fireworks.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Thank you for sticking around. Looks like you're good to go on your fireworks show. Sounds great. Thank you for the invite. All right, next up, optional 0.5% excise tax for economic development, recipient presentations. I see we have people here from Pinnacle Day Center and the Spotted Buffalo. I guess before we'd have you speak, Mr. Butterfield, or I'm sorry, Ms. Harris, this is your report. If you could just intro what we've got going on here.
I will intro. Thank you for your patience in waiting through this long evening. Tonight, I'm pleased to present an update on the recipients of the Evolve, Diversify, and Grow Our Economy funds, which were approved by the voters of Fremont County to support economic growth and job creation. Economic development for this purpose includes projects that create or retain jobs or bring new revenue into the community. Each recipient of EDGE funds entered into an agreement for use, requiring them to report on the status of their project and share how their funding has impacted their organization and the local economy. Tonight, we are fortunate to have Shauna Plouffe of Pinnacle Day Center and Mandy Nation with Spotted Buffalo with us this evening. And they will show us firsthand how their funding has benefited them and our community.
All right, thank you. We could start with Pinnacle Day Center. You could tell us
Thank
your
you.
name.
Thank you for having me. I just made a short slideshow to kind of sum up everything. I thought photos were the best way to show how the Edge Grant has benefited my center and helped us be part of the community. Oh, I guess we need to turn the TVs on, sorry.
They're coming on.
We're getting there. Fancy TVs. They fell asleep. Pretty soon we're going to have one at the back too, or at least that was what was approved.
There you go.
Okay. I don't know if the music's very loud, but.
There you go.
That's it.
Great. You're getting some use out of that van, huh?
I can get it to pause again. There we go. Oh, that's good. Yes, as soon as we got the van in June, when we started making field trips, like I said, until the weather got cold, we were going at least somewhere at least once a week, if not twice a week. We also, just try to do as much as we can in the community for free events. We've been going to a lot of the plays this winter at the college, all those other things. We have a big Yellowstone trip planned next month. We were going for 3 days. We will actually stay in West Yellowstone. We have a list a mile long of places they want to go and check out and things around the community that they want to do. So it's been great, and it's been great to see how well my participants have become more integrated with the community and how they're getting more comfortable being in the community and learning how to act appropriately or, talk to people to find out things that they may need to want to know. Tomorrow we're actually going to the fish hatchery outside of Du Bois. So,
have you seen an increase in your attendance as well as staff? I know that had been some of the discussion that you had.
Yes.
believed you could add a position with the use of the van.
Yes, I have gotten my numbers up on how many I have attending, anywhere from, they don't all come every day, but on an average of 5 to 10. Mainly when we go on the outings, my van, we actually have to take 2 vehicles to Yellowstone because the 15-passenger van will be full with, there's 14 of us going, but we don't have room for our luggage and our food and everything because we're going to pack all of our own food because it's just too expensive. So we actually have to take the van and another vehicle. But like the one day we're there, it's completely full with 14 people. So that's with 3 staff and rest are participants, and mainly on every one of our adventures, I guess is what I call them, my van is full.
Good.
So I have 1 seat usually available, and that's about it. And that's if I put the 2 seats back in that we took out to put a cooler and stuff for us to have on our trips. I actually have a couple participants from Lander that are coming just to go on all of our different trips that we're going on and to get out in the community because they want to do that and they aren't offered that.
Well, great. That sounds like you're doing what we had wanted you to do with the funds. You're using them. You've been able to grow your program,
Yes.
increase your staff.
Yes.
Good.
Yes, I have very good staff now. I'm very thankful. You have to try new people out all the time, but yes, I'm very thankful for the staff I have, and they're very committed to our clients and our program, and they enjoy everything about it, I think, so.
All right. Any questions?
Just real quick, and my apologies, I didn't see the app or what your staffing was previously. How many, for clarification, job?
So I started this center a year ago with just me. And I now have 2 full-time staff that are at the day center. Plus I have another staff member that works more in the community. But when we go on the outings and everything, she then brings 2 to 3 other participants from Lander to all of our outings.
Perfect. There was a young man in one of the videos. He comes into my store, and I absolutely love him.
Yes.
He's awesome. So
it's been great. I'm enjoying this journey in my life of doing this, and we're excited for all the new things we have coming up. And we've expanded the center a little bit, got a washer and dryer, and doing more community living things too as well, and teaching them more life skills. So, but getting in the community is a big one that they all strive and want to be part of and do things.
He's doing very well. And he's really good at negotiating.
Well, that's good. And it's also getting my staff out, too. I have one staff member who said that she would not be going to our community events if it wasn't for this job. And she goes, she's enjoying that so much more because now it gets her to go to the plays and everything else in the community. So.
Great. Negotiating, you mean haggling?
He's really good at saying, "What are you giving me today?" Because he gets a free candy.
Yes, he does. I've heard him. He's came and shown me his free candy that he gets from your store.
He's pretty awesome.
Yes.
Good. Yeah, and a lot of the pictures that you have there, I know some of them have participated in Special Olympics. We just had the jackalope jump, some of them were there, so.
Yep, and that made it, the van was very nice for me to be able to transport all of my participants to area games and to help out with, you know, the expenses of Special Olympics to going to state. Some of those pictures were from Casper, and Special Olympics didn't have the money last year to rent a bus to take us. So it helped me be able to transport all of my participants in one vehicle and get us there, and it was fun being a part of that. It's a big thing. We actually got all dressed up for the dance that night and everything, so,
Good deal.
yes.
All right, well, thank you, I appreciate it. And I guess for our viewing public, could you tell everyone your name?
Yes, sorry, I am Shauna Plouffe, and I run Pinnacle Day Center.
All right, thanks, Shauna, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. You guys have a good night.
You too. All right, Spotted Buffalo.
Well, I don't have a cute presentation.
I'm-
Got a crappy photo on a piece of paper. I only printed out 7.
I'm actually looking at your Facebook page, and I was just looking at this dog that has a mohawk. And I thought he was pretty cool looking.
One of our most recent dogs there.
I can vouch for her.
Well, since we're talking about the grooming, we just got, I don't know if I should say this, second best for the BOB Awards in our grooming. But with that being said, I kind of like a famous quote, it's not first, you're last. So I don't know if I should have publicized that or not, because second was, you know, not first. But anyways, I am very proud of that, actually. So I'm Mandy Apodaca Nation, and I'm the owner of the Spotted Buffalo LLC. So if any of you guys don't know, it's a dog boarding facility where we do dog boarding, training, and grooming. And we got some EDGE funding to do the addition on the boarding facility, which is your pictures there. I call it the strong arm of the spotted buffalo because my daughter said it looks like a transformer now, that it has that wing coming out of it now. But we were able to add on more kennels and better serve our customers and our community with boarding. Before, we were booked up months in advance, making it hard for people with emergencies or things like that to get in. So now we have so much more space and are able to help more of our customers out. Also with that, I usually ran with about 4, sometimes 5 employees. Right now we added another 4 on, so we're at about 8. And it also got me thinking too about a cool program that I've acquired one of my employees from. And now that I'm going to talk about it, I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's through CES, and it's a work program where, and I don't know how they heard about me, but I'm sure glad they did. I have a young gal that's working for me that came through that program where they come with a job coach, learn the job, and now she's one of my employees now. She's on my payroll now, and so she's made a lot of strides. Is doing a great job, and we're really grateful to have her. So that program is also super cool because I didn't really know about that. So we're glad to have her on our team too. So we ate up all our funding that we got, and I just wanted to really say how thankful and grateful I am to you guys, the EDGE committee, and my community for that support. It meant a lot. I don't know why I'm getting emotional. We used all of that up and a lot more. I'm kind of a go-getter, and I just look forward to more and more things. And besides the amount that I was awarded, we also put in just another $19,000 into it too. We got, if you want to look that up too, we got a website custom designed and managed. So that's spotbuffalo.com. Got a bunch of good things on there and more to come on to that too. We are in the works of adding doggy daycare onto our facility too, or in our facility. Hope to have that running by June. That's been a huge one people have been asking for, so we hope to accommodate that. And probably not in the real near future, but We also would like to add a dock diving pool outside too. So I don't know if you guys have ever watched dogs do dock diving, but super fun. So you can look for that coming too. I probably drive my husband crazy because as soon as one project is finished, I'm already thinking about what else we need to be doing to keep relevant. Also, in this journey too, I had to think really hard about, feeling worthy of what I was granted. So I did appreciate that. I also wanted to give back to other women in our community with small businesses who are working and trying really hard to succeed. Because I've been one of those that was small at first and worked really hard to be where I'm at. I've been the single mom struggling to make ends meet, and now I feel very successful and very proud of what I've accomplished. So you can now find in our boarding facility from other small women-owned businesses some of their products. We have Wild Pantry available at the boarding facility, which they make custom freeze-dried dog treats that we sell. We also have Wyoming Freshies at our boarding facility, which is like the car air fresheners, another small women-owned business. We have Odds and Ends in there. You can pick up her soy candles and wax melts. We have Rustic Acres Creations selling their tumblers and good smelling things in there also. We also have Leaf and Lore in there, and they have made custom dog tags for us to sell at the boarding facility also. All women-owned small businesses. So we're super excited to have them in there too and support other small businesses as much as I've been supported too. The boarding facility now has 24 kennels in total. And at any given time, we can be full or we can have extra room also. And I'm just really grateful and thankful for this grant that I was given. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Mandy. 24 kennels right now. How much did you start with? Was it 8? I'm trying to remember when we started.
We had 11.
11.
Yep, with 3 little small condos too.
So you had 11, got you up to 24, which, by the way, I went there at the grand opening, and it looks so nice.
Yep.
Great addition. So you've got 24 kennels, and then you already did explain at the time that you were asking for the grant funds, 4 employees, and now you're up to 8.
Yep.
Okay, and then you're keeping those kennels pretty full, if I remember right, when I was there before.
Yeah, and then we opened right before the holidays, which was super stressful, but we wanted to be open for holidays. So we were plumb full for that. And so yeah, as spring approaches and summer, we just get really full again, so.
Okay. Any questions for Spotted Buffalo LLC, AKA Andy Apodaca Nation?
I will say, as a patron, facility is amazing and your staff is lovely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome job.
Thank you.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. Everybody knows I was not a fan of the 0.5%. But seeing how grateful that you are puts it into perspective for me. And it's a beautiful facility, and you've done what you said you were going to with the money, and I appreciate that about it. And I wish you all the luck, because if anybody deserves it, you do.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Not luck, it's hard work. She is a worker.
Yeah, just ask Jake. I know how much you work him, too.
Oh, that's true. He's got 2 full-time jobs.
Anytime I go out there, he's out there doing something.
Take advantage of that free labor.
Got to.
Anytime you go out there, it's just as clean as these pictures show. Anytime.
All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in and reporting.
Thank you, guys.
Keep up the good work. All right. Item 14, public hearing and consideration of ordinance 25005, first reading, motorized scooters.
Let's do this. We're here, finally.
Police Chief, if you could, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Police department's responsible for enforcing local ordinance and regulate electric scooters in the city of Riverton. Over the recent couple of years, as technology evolves, we're starting to see issues with these devices. Other cities have also made changes to their ordinances to address new devices like this out on the streets. An e-scooter or electric kick scooter is an electronic or electric motorized scooter or stand-up scooter powered by an electric hub in its front or rear wheel. The safety of riders in the motoring public has become a concern as these devices are now appearing on Riverton's roadways, and where other users expect that they need to be regulated. Some citizens have seen scooters stopping, turning abruptly, and causing an immediate hazard to other motoring public. In response to the situation, through the city attorney, we created a proposed ordinance based on research of state statutes and regulations from other cities. This would guarantee the responsible scooter operator that they can safely use their scooters on designated roadways without interfering with the main vehicular traffic. I like to say, when I started in law enforcement, we didn't have things like laws against texting and driving, cyber theft. It just, we're having growing pains, and we need to address an issue before somebody gets hurt. So right now, the ordinance would amend section 10.12.150, where the existing city municipal code addresses other devices on Main Street and Federal, and expands the prohibited use of them on North and South Federal. I'll keep it short, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Deputy City Clerk, if you could read ordinance number 25005 by title only?
Yes, Your Honor. An ordinance amending Title 10, Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 10.12, Additional Traffic Regulations, revising Section 10.12.150, skateboards, sleds, toboggans, roller skates, skis, or snowmobile of the Riverton Municipal Code, and repealing all ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict therewith, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'd entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Larson with the motion, Councilman Bailey with the second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion passes. Declare the public hearing is open. Hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes, other applicable laws. I'd ask those individuals wishing to address the council to approach the podium, identify yourself for the record. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak?
Seeing none, Your Honor, I move to close public.
Second.
Councilman Larson with the motion to close the public hearing, Councilman Carr with the second for that motion. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Motion passes. I declare the public hearing closed. Entertain a motion to adopt ordinance 25005 on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
And
Motion by Councilman Bailey, second by Councilman Carr / Councilwoman Pearson Lewis. Although I think she just got the last part of the word, not the first. Discussion on this.
Your Honor.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Start with you, Councilman.
Salt Lake City has a huge population of motorized scooters. They're everywhere. I don't see that our time has arrived yet, but they are a factor in moving back and forth as quickly as possible. And we have a bike lane on Sunset that goes from somewhere to nowhere and to Broadway, I think it goes. Might that be a same usage as bikes or motorized scooters? I don't think we're ever gonna see snowmobiles or toboggans, motorized toboggans. But, well, that's what's in the,
Well, it depends on snow removal quality, you know.
well, I assume that it will not go below what we have seen in the past. But I'm just wondering on the restrictions of that, that's all.
And it's a good point. I think when we, so number one, if you recall, because you were here and Councilman Bailey was here, when did you get on the council, Carla?
2019.
Okay, so right about then, we used to have the motorized skateboards ordinance, which was, we repealed in its entirety because the way that the definition of motorized skateboards could be read. So number one, it said they can't be operated on the sidewalk. And the definition, I think, was broad enough that kids at Christmas time or whatever, getting their, what are they called?
Hoverboards.
Hoverboards.
Yeah.
Would be violating city ordinance, which to me did not make sense, and we talked about it, and I think it didn't make sense to anybody on the council, so we just decided to get rid of it in the entirety. And it also had a bit of an odd situation where you are required, if you didn't have a driver's license, this 6 or 7-year-old on one of those hoverboards would have to go to the police chief and would have to get approval from him, written approval that they would have to keep with them on their person. And so it was a little bit weird. If you didn't have a driver's license, you had to have basically like a permit from the chief.
You had to have a driver's
Oh,
license.
that's,
Skateboard license.
Skateboard license. So I think it was wise to get rid of that. We've gotten more of these. I'm not gonna say I've had overwhelming complaints, but I have had people that have been like, what's the rules in regards to these? And I've had to say none, because honestly, there aren't. There's, as far as I know, no state statute. And so the one thing that as I looked at the old ordinance that I thought made sense was saying, don't use them on federal or Maine. So that's kind of where this came from. Discussion between the chief and I and its senior staff and saying what makes sense. And so I think concern over these being operated on our main highways that really don't have a lot of room, to be frank. I'm thinking especially of Main Street where you don't have a lot of room there to operate on. So,
There isn't any.
Your Honor, to me, the challenge becomes, where do you draw this line? So an electric scooter is sort of an electric skateboard, but it's got a handle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well then, where do you draw the line between that and a small, little moped that I guess qualifies as a motorcycle? Or an electric bicycle now, you've got lots of electric bikes out there, again, causing similar traffic issues because of their ability to ziggy zag through, even the regular bicycles, in my opinion, they really push their luck. And if I was little and everybody else was big, I don't know that I would do that, but they seem to get away with it till they get squished. But, that's what we're trying to prevent is people getting squished. Because if they're on Federal with 25,000 cars a day driving right in front of this building, and you're driving a scooter or a bicycle or whatever, you're taking your life in your own hands. So, I get what we're trying to do, I just don't know where we want to stop.
well, that's the worry, right? We've got it defined pretty narrowly rather than something like we had before.
Yeah.
Where it's an electric motorized scooter or stand-up scooter powered by an electric hub motor. So I don't know. The main reason I wanted to to have this brought up was for discussion of what do we want to do? Do we want to do anything? I just looked it up. 2022, Casper and Cheyenne actually just made it the possibility of using electric scooters in their downtown areas possible. So Cheyenne wanted to be able to have electric scooters for like the Frontier Days and everything, and so, I don't know. And my point is, you're right. I don't want to sit there and have this be something that's heavy-handed, but we had already had some discussion about pedestrians. And so
Yeah,
if we,
it's along the jaywalking line, same idea of jaywalking.
same idea of what we want to do. And the other thing is we could say they could be operated on the sidewalk or not operated on the sidewalk. I mean, all of those things are up for grabs, I suppose.
I think that was gonna be one of my questions. One, and pardon my ignorance, but where do we draw the line between motorized vehicle and a scooter? And we make no mention of a gas-powered or, a traditionally fueled, if you put a 30-horse outboard motor on
I've
it.
seen scooters that got a little
Yeah,
two-cycle motor on them.
Yep.
That,
And so I guess my question would be, where do we draw the line between a motorized vehicle and if they're operating that piece of equipment per, they're using either hand signals or turn signals that are attached to the vehicle,
Well,
and they're
that's-
operating in the street, not on the sidewalk. Where does that line get drawn between what's a motor vehicle being licensed, being insured, being on the roadway, on a public road or right-of-way, versus illicit use on a public sidewalk?
Right. And I think usually it's been based on the power of the motor, i.e. how many CCs it has, and then whether it's like two-wheeled versus four-wheeled versus, because it used to be you could not operate, for example, a four-wheeler on a public street or highway. Then they said as long as you have a rear view mirror,
Turn signal.
well, actually, I don't even know if you.
Brake
can have
light.
turn
tail light and
signals.
tail light, I think. or
Tail
whatever,
light,
yeah.
rear view mirror, and licensed, you can operate on a public street or highway. So it really tends to go down to the power of the motor, but now with electric motors, you can't say how many CCs is easy, because you're
Yeah.
not talking about CCs anymore, you're talking about how many, amps?
Yeah.
Amps.
And they'll definitely keep up with,
Traffic.
30-mile-an-hour traffic.
Well, and I love them.
I wouldn't feel comfortable.
Well, and none of this is to say I'm anti-electric scooter. My son has an electric scooter he uses to get around, and it can go almost 30 miles per hour. So then, only because of the lack of CCs for it, it's like, okay, how do we operate this?
Can he deliver newspapers?
They don't do home delivery anymore. It's all with the mail. Councilwoman Johnson, we had like 3 hands. You wanted to talk about this.
I can, yeah. I'm going to apologize ahead of time because I've had a really long couple of weeks. And I feel like there's bigger issues in the city of Riverton that we could be dealing with. Discussing whether scooters should, it's besides the point. I feel like it's an education issue. I don't think that they're so big here now that we have to develop a new law or a new ordinance in order to deal with it at this moment because, as you said, there's been very little complaints. A few people have raised questions about it. And I think that in the meantime, if officers see people doing things that are a safety hazard, they can simply stop and talk to them and maybe educate them on the rules of the road and safety measures. But I feel like there's much bigger issues to be discussed. So that's where I stand with it. I'm sorry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. I appreciate the feedback.
Just one quick question. Where did this originate? Are we having lots of complaints filed or just observation or tickets being distributed?
Sure, I can answer that, Mayor. So we have about only 12 calls logged into our system. And some of the complaints have been really from the officers going, call to call and seeing one of these in one of the lanes, and they're made to be I think 28 miles an hour is like their max speed. And, you know, times they're holding up traffic because they're holding up the slow lane. So it's really kind of an observation and a handful of complaints.
Your Honor,
Go ahead.
I concur with Councilwoman Johnson. I think it's more of an education issue. I'm going to date myself, and I know Mike probably remembers this, Officer Bill. And he would go around to the schools, and they would do, Mia, she probably remembers too. They'd go around to the schools and talk about safety and all this kind of stuff. And to me, it seems like I don't want a scooter on the street, but at the same time, I don't want something goes 28 miles an hour on the sidewalk. So it's kind of a quandary, but I don't really know that a law is going to take care of that. I think it has to be education for the kids. So maybe it's something that Noel with IPR could incorporate into their bike rodeo. You know, something like that. But
I think that'd be a great idea.
So let me just, so you're aware, right now, you're talking about education, and I agree with you completely. But any definition of motor vehicle specifically has exempted from it motorized skateboards, which is why we had the use of phrase motorized skateboard, which is broad enough. You've got a small enough engine that you're not going 30 miles per hour, right? We're pushing the limit at 27 or whatever, 22. There is no state law that restricts them from anything whatsoever. Not that I'm saying we necessarily need to get in the business of restricting things, but you're talking about education about laws that don't exist.
oh, I'm talking education on safety, not laws.
Right.
Safety.
Your Honor.
And just roadway courtesy.
Me, maybe it'd be more appropriate to look and just make it to where impeding traffic, acting in a dangerous manner, et cetera. And that way, we're not saying, you know, whether they're on a skateboard, roller skates, a scooter, an electric bike, you know, a pogo stick, I don't care. If they're impeding traffic, causing a safety hazard, that's what we don't want.
I feel like,
And maybe we don't get into defining what object you use for your stupidity, just quit being stupid. I mean,
thank you. I would agree with Councilman Bailey on that. I think it's just, there's a lot of, how many kids, I mean, we are promoting the parks and things like that, and that's the main corridor for many of them to get there is Main Street and Federal. They just have to be educated on the safety and the rights of ways and using crosswalks and not to impede traffic. There's already ordinances and laws in place that prevent them, or that they could be talked to about that and educated on.
One final thought, and this is just a personal preference, I would much rather promote multimodal travel than prohibit it.
Well, and
Because it's
especially
the
for children.
direction that we're headed.
yeah.
And if we, oh, I'm sorry, no, that's okay. You know, if we start singling out one after another, it'll eventually get repealed because they're gonna get so popular. And like I say, I would rather promote multimodal travel versus than prohibit it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, and that's how our kids are traveling, so I don't think it's fair or right that we would, you know, prohibit them from the main corridors to our parks. You know?
And I would add to that, promote safe multimodal travel.
Right.
Yes, absolutely.
I think there's
matter
even
what you
some
can do,
people that are even using it as a
safety.
mode of transportation to get to work on
Yeah.
Main Street.
There are.
Oh, yeah.
So
No, and not that I'm saying they've blown up in popularity, I wouldn't say that. I'd say that I've probably seen at most around town 10 to 12, if I were to guess, which probably coincides with the 12 calls. But one complaint for each one. So, anyway, No, this is, and I guess the thing is just, do we want to have restrictions? Do we want to have it treated like a vehicle? Do we want to have it treated like a pedestrian? I guess to me, the most important thing was just to be able to have the discussion and decide if this is something we did want to or not. And if we don't, that's fine by me. I just wanted to be able to consider it so that we can be aware of it. I would have no problem, and I would absolutely love it if we could get a business that comes in here and says, hey, let's make life easier and rent a bunch of electric scooters or whatever. We have a population that could support that, I don't know. But if that does happen, we're going to be then deciding what do we want to do about it. Do we treat them like a vehicle or not?
During my time as community development director, I was approached at least 3 times by companies that wanted to come in and do the electric scooter rental.
What drove them away? You? Were you just me?
No. It was just, I think, lack of interest.
Lack of business?
Yeah, potential. And so, there's obviously demand in metropolitan areas, and it will migrate our way eventually.
Well, and I certainly, if that were to happen, I certainly wouldn't want to discourage, right? And make it so that somebody trying to run a business like that is not able to. But I guess when we can cross that bridge when we come to it to decide if there's any need to.
I mean, I guess, yeah, to me, if we can find a place to make, if we need increased ability for the police department to give somebody a ticket for reckless action, no matter what they're on, I would be for that. I'm against trying to define, because the definition, no matter what we do right now, 5 years from now, it's gonna be outdated and there's gonna be some new thing, so I mean, I think we've got to get people to be personally responsible for their actions and appropriately act in traffic and on the sidewalk and anywhere else. And I think that's what we gotta try to do, because that would be a lot more long-lasting than trying to define, 10 years ago, there wasn't any such thing as these little electric scooters.
But we did have motorized skateboards.
Right.
Which is why there's still a reference to that.
And
in
my
the
son
code.
had one, and it was crazy what that thing could do, but I mean,
Your son doesn't have it anymore? His electric scooter?
I don't know, he's a gadget guy, so he probably still does.
He had an electric skateboard.
He had an electric skateboard.
He rode it around our neighborhood, I remember, when he used to live on
Yeah.
Dinwiddie. Did you ever see him on that?
I rode on it.
Yeah, so did I. It was pretty fun.
It was actually really fun.
It could go pretty fast. All right, well, I mean, good discussion, I appreciate it. I think, as I had said, conversations with the chief, trying to figure out what makes sense. He was looking at it and was like, wait a minute, we already don't allow you to have like sleds, skis, snowmobiles in these areas. It might make sense to add electric scooter to that. If the council's appetite is not to pass this ordinance, I can tell you it's not going to hurt my feelings. But, so we had a motion for passage of this. I think we've had enough discussion. I think we're all a little tired tonight. All in favor of passage of ordinance 25005 on first reading, say aye. Oh, the silence is deafening. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion fails. We'll watch that as we have more scooters coming through.
Or electric pogo sticks.
Electric what?
Electric pogo stick.
Pogo stick. That was Mr. Bailey's idea. We'll see if that takes off. You're gonna have a business for it?
What's that?
Electric pogo sticks.
No.
Fusion-powered pogo stick.
Fusion powered. All right, moving on.
Still waiting
Police
for the
Depart-
Jetsons hover car.
Jetsons, yeah. Police Department vehicle purchases, Police Chief's report.
Thank you, Mayor. During the preparation adoption of the 2024-25 budget, council awarded purchase of 3 2020 used police Tahoes for the police department. Originally, we allocated $150,000 for the fiscal year. we received, after we received council approval, the 3 Tahoes in fall of this last year. We have approximately $30,000 left over from those purchases. Additionally, we allocated $150,000 for the purchase of a prisoner transport van. That van is on order, and we're all waiting patiently for it to be manufactured and arrive, which will leave us about $60,000 left over from that capital expense. On November 19th last year, council discussed options on using the leftover $90,000 left over from those 2 capital expense items. With current concerns over tariffs and potential impact on future buying purchases of vehicles, we're kind of concerned of the ability of us to purchase new vehicles in the future due to possible rising costs. We searched the availability of any other used vehicles that were out there. There are currently 2 that we're able to locate that would fit our needs. They are available both at Chicago Motors, which is the vendor that we used at the last purchase. There's one sitting in the lot as we speak. It's a 2021 Chevy Tahoe 4-wheel drive police package. That sticker price is $54,995. The other one is a 2019 Charger, and that's sitting at $35,495. The 2 vehicles that are on the lot are not upfitted. That would bring the additional cost of about $28,000 to get the necessary prisoner cage, lights, and siren, where we have a spare radar units and a radio available for these 2 cars should council approve this request. With the total remaining funding of $90,000, that would pretty well take up the remaining balance of those 2 capital expenses. And one more second, I think I have a typo. Yeah. Let me correct the staff report. Of the price for the Tahoe is actually $39,995, and the price of the Charger is $21,995. Sorry for the confusion. Staff is requesting council approval for the purchase of the 2 used police vehicles for those corrected amounts and be able to upfit the vehicles with the necessary emergency vehicle equipment. With that, Your Honor, I'll stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it. I entertain a motion to approve the purchase of a 2020 Chevy Tahoe 4-wheel drive police SUV, Dodge Charger all-wheel drive police package vehicle.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Larson, second by Councilman Bailey. Any discussion?
I'm a little confused. So is it's right around 60,000 for both the vehicles, and then it's an additional 30 for the police package? So 90,000 total, which was already budgeted in?
That's what we're talking about.
Okay.
And I mean, that's approximate. The
Yeah.
unit prices in here with the $39,995, $21,995, and the upfitting. As I recall, when we upfitted, it was cheaper to upfit the ones that we purchased last time?
They already came upfitted. The only thing we needed to do was add the radar unit, the radio, and the decals.
But these are not the same as the last ones.
No, these are basically just plain models with just the spotlight.
How many miles do both of them have on them?
The Tahoe has 47,000 miles approximately, and the Charger has 55,000.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, relatively good.
Pretty good price for that many miles.
Yeah.
Did you have something, Councilman Bailey?
I was gonna ask about the mileage, and then, are we sending them somewhere to get upfitted, or are we doing most of that ourselves? I thought we did that last year.
Yeah, so we're looking at the options, and for the sake of, these vehicles move fairly quickly, so we're able to get an estimate from one of the dealers that would upfit it, that could get us a quick estimate how much it would cost. And this one that was able to provide us an estimate is out of Salt Lake, and they do a lot of upfitting for emergency vehicles.
Okay. And then my follow-up is, I assume this is sort of getting 2 more vehicles that we've been doing like 2 a year to keep our fleet relatively new. So are we looking at not doing 2 next year, or is that premature to the budget discussion?
Yeah, that would be a good budget discussion. We would look at what the council desire is for us for this next year, but we would be ahead of the game. I just want to be able to grab these while they're sitting on the lot before they disappear.
No, I think that's a good deal.
And we did, if I remember correctly, year before last year, when we were trying to be able to fit in raises for the police department, I don't remember if we purchased 1 vehicle or no vehicles. 1 vehicle. And then last year, if I remember correctly, we purchased 2, or was it 1? I don't remember last year.
Your Honor, last year was the 1 vehicle. This year is when we shifted and purchased the used vehicles, which have turned out to be a good addition to the fleet. And I appreciate what Mr. Hurtado, Chief Hurtado, has done, because we did have the budgeted fund surplus. And as we look at the market for procuring and building vehicles, it's an appropriate time to utilize that budget surplus for, I think, the original intent of the council budget. And I appreciate him looking at this so that we'll have more vehicles procured this fiscal year.
So last year, it only done 1. If we approve this, then this year we'll have 4.
It keeps us, yeah, yeah.
It does make it a little bit more possible, too, because one of the things we've been wanting to do is have take-home vehicles, and you've instituted policy and allowed many officers to have take-home vehicles, depending on how far away they live and that sort of thing. So,
Yes, and since we've been waiting for the transport van to come through, we're able to utilize, like, the officers that live out of town close to the jail. Should we have, or we used them during some harsh weather, so we're able to meet them halfway and basically be able to get our officers back on the streets fairly quickly. Have somebody on the other side ready to accept and finish the transport. So it's worked out very well.
good idea. Councilman Carr?
Just a quick rhetorical question, just for the viewers at home. These prices are keys in hand, no destination charges, no transportation costs, delivery charge.
No additional, no tax, no destination fee. The 61 $990 would be the exact amount.
Perfect.
Got it. Councilman Larson?
You know, somebody at home is thinking, well, that's a big deal for the police officers to drive those vehicles home. But the difference is, when those vehicles are out parked in the public, there is a different persona in that neighborhood. When I had a BIA cop and an apartment house that I owned parking It was like there was a big light and all of the problems just melded into the shadows. And having a police officer in your area will reduce the crime a bunch.
What I will say is you go down Park, for example, it's very funny to me. You have a BIA officer on that circle right off of Park, West Park.
Yep.
You keep going down, there's an apartment there right next to Smith's where a sheriff's officer lives. And then you keep going down and there's a highway patrol officer who lives down closer to North 9th West.
Yeah,
I drive past him every day.
that's right.
And I think you are right. People notice it. They pay attention.
They do, and there's a flip side to that, too. They come and knock on your door all hours of the day and night, asking for advice and wanting to report stuff. You don't get any time off by doing
That's a
that.
good point. It's a fair point. Any other discussion? Did you have anything other than that?
No,
Councilwoman
no,
Johnson?
no, I lived it for 20 years, I know.
I agree.
I have one across the street from me, and I love it.
All right.
Call for the question.
Yeah, that sounds great. All in favor of approval of the purchase of these two vehicles, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes.
Thank you.
You gonna get on and buy them right now, Chief?
I'm emailing them. Presentation.
I just know they go fast. All right, bid award, Smith Road Project, Public Works Director's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor and Council. Tonight, we're requesting a bid award in the amount of $528,483 to Alexander Excavation and Lander. This is for the Smith Road drainage and pavement project. The valley pans in Smith Road that currently exist will be eliminated, and the drainage will be moved underground. It'll also improve the pavement around those areas and some ADA improvements on sidewalk, curb and gutter in that area. And I'd stand for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to award the bid for the Smith Road Storm Drain and Pavement Project in the amount of $528,483 to Alexander Excavation in Lander, Wyoming.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Borders with the motion, Councilman Larson Bailey with the second. We'll call it Councilman Larson. Any discussion?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
are you aware that Alexander is in default at solid waste by about 3 months?
No, I'm not.
And are you aware that their attorney is our city attorney?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware that they are behind in their work?
No, I'm not. All I know is they have to provide a bid bond.
I saw the bids, and of course you're not, but sitting on solid waste at the county, so I'm wondering if we have a firm date on completion, and if they go over the completion, what is our remedy?
Your Honor, Councilman Larson, I don't have the bid package in front of me, but they have to have the project done before the snow flies. They also have to provide a bid bond, bid securities in order to actually be awarded this project.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to put traffic chicane in where we're removing the big valley pan. I don't want to belabor the conversation, that was just a joke.
Well, and I won't
Pretty quick.
belabor the answer then.
Pretty quick.
I think it's a great price.
Well, the next up for the bid was 71 and for 562, well, 563 really.
$34,000.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
And then after that is Bornoff and the LCI, which were 681 and 691. Councilwoman Johnson.
It's quite a bit more, but I have concerns with conflicts of interest if their attorney is our attorney, and should there become an issue of any sort, that poses a conflict of interest.
Usually what we've done in those set of circumstances is we'd get outside counsel to represent us if there were any sort of lawsuits or that kind of thing.
That's what we had to do.
That's what you had to do at the,
Yeah, we've
At
got,
solid
we've
waste?
got outside counsel for, because we had a conflict of interest. Solid Waste has the same attorney as we have for the city. And that's also Alexander's attorney. So we had to get a attorney for that specific criteria.
which you could be looking at the 300,000 difference, or 30,000 difference right there. That's a little bit of a lawyer joke too, but go ahead.
We don't want to go
I
there. It's
just
getting
wanted to
late.
ask Mr. Eggleston, so what does that bid bond guarantee?
The bid bond guarantees the price, but then they have to provide a surety bond and that they're going to perform the work they say they're going to perform. If they miss the deadline, then we can impose penalties on them. We're not overly expensive on our penalties. I can tell the council that they actually did a job for us last summer on Smith Road, improving the drainage from Cliffview Trailer Park. We had to replace that underground storm drain because it was collapsing, and they did an excellent job and finished on time.
They are
Thank
good
you.
workers.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Mr. Butterfield, anytime things start to get a little bit, you bring your mic down, and I always I'm not sure if you're wanting to speak or if you're wanting to have the possibility, so.
No, Your Honor, I'm fine. I just wanted to make sure I could answer questions if they came.
Thank you.
Who was, my laptop's dead, who was the next bid?
The next one was 71, that was 562, 563 really.
Which is a difference of
$34,000.
34,000. I personally have concerns with somebody who's, as Councilman Larson stated, is having defaults in other areas. I feel like that's,
Well,
I don't understand why we would
let it be
agree
said
to.
on
Let me
record.
finish, please, Mr. Larson.
I'm just saying that we've got, there's action out there.
Yeah, I got it.
I think Karen
that's a
had
good
the
point.
floor.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Johnson.
I find it concerning to enter into a business agreement or contract with somebody who's already in default and where we may have potential conflicts of interest. It's almost worth paying the additional $30,000 to ensure that we have good business dealings. I'm not
Your Honor.
saying anything about the work they've performed being different. I just feel like
I hear you.
we should do better there.
I would highly recommend compartmentalizing the two issues.
What do you mean?
One does not have anything to do with the other. We have-
You're saying the delay in work being done over at Solid Waste?
Yeah, we have no idea what that contract said, what was encountered. Compartmentalize that over here, this is our contract, and we are pretty bound to take the low bid.
Your Honor, the other thing I would say is that we have a track record of the work that Alexander has done in the past, and that holds some merit too.
Right?
I can understand where Councilman Carr's coming from on that. I do. I just, having being said,
Right?
it throws up some flags. It says, wait a minute.
I hear you.
Yeah, and as long as we have appropriate penalties if they don't perform, I think we're covered. And then it's the insurance company's problem to figure out how they get it done. So, that's why we bond them. So,
All good points. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion to award the bid for the Storm Roads, Smith Road Storm Drain and Pavement Project to Alexander Excavation, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
I'm going to abstain.
You're abstaining?
Yes.
That's fine. Obviously, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, we'll note it.
I just don't want to go one way or the other on that one.
I vote aye. Motion passes. I don't think I've been noting my votes on things tonight. Okay, SLIB, CWSRF loan amendments, administrative services directors report, please.
Certainly. The city's had a long history of working with the State Loan and Investment Board to fund important infrastructure projects. Currently, we hold 7 loans with SLIB, 6 of which are set at a 2.5% interest rate. I don't know if you recall, back in February of this year, I presented a loan amendment for DWSRF 099 to reduce the rate from 2.5% to 1.5%. We have another loan with them at a 0% interest rate. In the fall of 2023, SLIB did offer a reduction in the rates, and we submitted a request to lower those. The council has already approved the one in February. In my staff report, I also included or stated that I'd included a loan portfolio summary with our projects, their terms, and different information regarding each of the loans. And I failed to include that. That was emailed out to you before the meeting tonight, so you all have a record of that inventory. At this point, we did finally receive approval from SLIB and the State Attorney General's office to execute the amendments that we requested back in 2023. So this evening, I am recommending approval of the loan amendments for the remaining 5 of the city's loans that are held through SLIB through the CWSRF and DWSRF projects. And I'd stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. And we had discussed this a little bit before the meeting and the need to have these as separate motions and separate discussion for each of them. So I guess we'd start with, I'd entertain a motion to approve the amendment to loan agreements between the Wyoming State Loan and Investment Board, SLIB, and the City of Riverton for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, DWSRF Loan 99.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Bailey with the motion, Councilman Carr with the second. Any discussion? I know we moved right into this. Were there any other questions just in general as well for?
Those are all, we dropped the interest rate on all of them?
All 5 of the ones that we're talking about tonight.
Gee, let's think about it.
It's a hard question, I know. We probably are going to have to spend the next hour talking about it.
I'm leaving, just so you know.
Any discussion for the motion?
Call for the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. I entertain a motion to approve the amendments to the loan agreements between SLIB and the City of Riverton for the DWSRF loan number 185.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Johnson with the motion, Councilman Carr with the second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. I'd entertain a motion to approve the amendment to the loan agreement between SLIB and the City of Riverton for the CWSRF loan number 63.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Bailey, second by Councilwoman Johnson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. I'd entertain, 2 more left, we're almost there. Chair would entertain a motion to approve the amendment to the loan agreement between SLIB and the City of Riverton for CWSRF loan number 118.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Larson with the motion, Councilman Carr with the second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. I'd entertain a motion to approve the amendment to loan agreements between SLIB and the City of Riverton for the CWSRF loan number 162.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Carr with the motion, Councilwoman Borders with the second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Does that work for your purposes? Harris?
Absolutely, sure. I'll get your signature on those and we'll get them returned.
Perfect. One last thing before we adjourn. Fiscal health report.
Give me just a moment.
You're good.
We moving too fast.
Like a turtle.
I don't think we're going to accuse anybody of being too.
But I think it's been good. Had some good discussion.
Just living up to Ms. Squire's
Yeah.
Slumber
This
party.
is gonna be a sleepover too.
Yeah.
And I had a sleepover at Denver Airport. That was not fun.
Oh, no.
But not a lot of beds there.
There was no way to get out of there.
Yeah, you're stuck.
And we found some lounges up on the second floor. Oh, geez.
It's hard to believe that we're already in the
We should
fourth
put
quarter.
a sleep number bed store in there or something. That'd be,
Oh, yeah.
Get used. Sorry, Ms. Harris, we were just chatting.
Having too much.
She's all smiley and energetic.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that we're already in the fourth quarter of our fiscal year. It seems like we just approved the budget. I'm going to go ahead and just present tonight on the status of our funds after the close of the third quarter. Our numbers look really good. We've got a lot of good things that are happening. I do want to caution you all to not get too excited about what we're showing as far as our revenues over our expenditures, just because we've got some things that we still need to work on with our budget this year as far as our spending goes. So I'm just going to start with the general fund. The governing body approved our final fiscal year budget of just slightly short of $37 million. There's 12 funds in our budget, including the general fund, the 3 enterprise funds, which is water, sewer, and sanitation, and then fiduciary funds. We're also responsible for holding funds for TAD monies, the 1% fund, the Economic Development Fund, the Senior Citizens Endowment Fund are all in their own separate cost centers, and we track their revenues and expenditures separately of all other city accounts. There's 31 divisions within our city government, so as we're planning our budget season, we have multiple meetings and pull all this together at mid-May, and hopefully we have a nice budget to present to you for next year. So overall, our capital expenditures for our budget are just slightly in excess of $18 million, and approximately 64% of the entire capital budget is supported by grants. Had the opportunity in the last couple days to attend our funding summit that's held by our congressional leaders, as Kyle had mentioned, and they provide a wealth of information to us as staff members on where to go to find the money and the appropriate way to ask for it, the appropriate way to process, spend it, and administer it once we receive the money, and then also the closeout and reporting processes. So I think we're pretty good at going out and seeking grants, and always willing to learn more and find out where more of the money is. Let's see, of the 25 total grants in the city, we've budgeted 13 are dedicated to capital improvements. So moving on to the general fund, the total general fund budget is $13.7 million, and the general fund makes up about 28% of the fiscal year budget and is the largest budget within our city. So it's our primary operating fund, and the general fund supports different departments based on revenues that we receive from tax-supported activities. So great time for our property tax discussion this evening as well. These are the cost centers that are affected by those types of revenue sources. So you'll notice that our general fund closed with an excess of $1.39 million in revenues over expenditures. And part of the reason for that is that most all of the operational cost centers in the budget, with the exception of only 3, is operating at less than 75%, which is the closeout. We're at 75% of the fiscal year, according to this report. So our departments are already running lean. We're already trying to be very careful to manage our budgets and not spend where we don't have to spend and be fiscally conservative. Additionally, we're fiscally conservative in doing our revenue projections as well. And the reason for that, of course, is we don't want to overestimate and then end up overspending. So we try to be very careful about that. Let's see, just real quick if I can pull my notes up here. Oops, I knew that was going to happen. Let me go back. Sorry, guys. Getting late. There we go. Okay, so what's going on with our general fund that we've got $1.39 million in revenues over expenditures? So our sales and use tax revenues are $208,000 over our projections for this point in the fiscal year. Again, we were conservative with our budgeting. Revenue projections as far as sales and use tax revenues have been good up to this point. Our property taxes have exceeded our annual projections by $8,700 as well. So we're 75% of the way through the fiscal year, and we are 106% in our projections for property tax. Our Rocky Mountain Power franchise fees are 100% of our annual projections at this time. And we have kind of a surprising revenue that's helped us out. It's the parimutuel commissions, actually, the historic horse racing and betting. We're at 213% over our projections. So we've made an additional $67,000 in that line item on the budget that we did not anticipate receiving. And also, we have almost $100,000 in interest income. So we have our reserves that we place in investments. We also have capital revenue for fiscal planning for our capital projects that we put into reserve accounts, and we're making money on the interest income for those. So all that does is just help us to grow our reserves a little bit more as we're moving through the year. Let's see, another item that you'll notice on the revenue front is that we're trending about 610% above budgeted miscellaneous revenue. This is money that we have received as part of the opioid settlement crisis. That money is earmarked to be spent only on specific items related to opioid mitigation. So while it looks like a big bump in our revenues, we are very limited on what we can spend that money on. So that's where we're looking at with revenue, and I've already covered expenditures. Another thing that we should look at is on our expenditure side of our budget, you'll notice that we are only at 26% of our spend on capital projects and planning. So we currently still have $698,000 to spend for the Willow Creek Safe Routes to School project. We can assure you that that will be a carryover item for our budget for next year. And when we budget that way, we're also going to take our financial savings from this year and carry that over into next year's budget as well. We also have $1.1 million in facility upgrades and improvements. This is particularly related to our City Hall and Airport HVAC project. We have also budgeted to receive some ARPA grant funding to help support those projects and pay for them on that side of things, but we haven't spent that money yet. So that's still sitting out there. And then also we saved $168,000 on the ARPA Webwood storm drain project as well. So there's a little bit of cash still sitting out there from that. As a reminder, when we approved this budget this year, we approved that we were going to transfer $52,000 in our cash for operations, and then $1.4 million for capital this year. So we were going to do total cash transfers of 1.6%. Also, I didn't mention that there was some money, $121,000 in carryover from the opioid settlement that we budgeted to carry over. So right now we're sitting okay. We may not have to transfer that much. I'm guessing we won't have to transfer that much, but we still have 3 more months of the fiscal year to get through. Any questions on general fund?
Mia, just real quick, you said that the opioid, I can't even talk anymore, opioid can only be spent on specific things. Can you just give us a general idea of what it can be spent on?
I'm going to defer to Kyle on that. There's been discussion about what it can and cannot be. Most of it, what I'm finding through my resources, is that they really are looking for us to spend money on preventative measures versus after the fact type of measures. But if you don't mind, Kyle, I'll defer to you a little bit on that.
Yeah, Your Honor, Councilwoman, it's governed by the 1YO and the 1YO2 settlement agreements. And the easiest way to think about it is we're supposed to spend the money on abatement practices and less on enforcement practices.
Thank you. Okay, the next fund that I'm going to move into, I apologize. Did you have any additional questions?
No, that was, I just.
The next fund that we're going to move into is the airport fund. The total budget for the airport fund is $3.78 million, and $3.02 million is subject to capital projects. The airport did close the quarter with a balance of $120,000 in revenues over expenditures. And this is partially because at the close of fiscal year '24, the city had incurred costs related to projects where we had not been received our reimbursements yet for the grant funding. So there were $715,000 in capital grant reimbursements outstanding at the close of last year that we've received this year. So the approved airport budget for this year included a transfer of cash of $481,000 to support operations and $70,000 to support capital. The next fund that's up for discussion is the water fund. Great time to discuss water funds, as we just talked in depth about that with utility rate increases. So this will give us a little bit of an opportunity to see where we sit so far this year. Enterprise funds, which are water, sewer, and sanitation funds, resemble traditional business models. So we charge on a fee-based service, and rather than taxes, fees are charged to users to cover the cost to deliver the services, support the infrastructure, and maintain the capital. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board does require the use of enterprise funds to account for services that derive a portion of their income from user charges, and they're intended to be self-sufficient via the development of the rate structure, which we all learned about recently. And the annual budget for the water fund is $4.99 million for this year. There are $2.06 million in capital projects proposed for the year, and the fund closed the quarter with a positive balance of $397,323. Now, again, remember, this is a moving target. We've got one of our major projects this year is the meter replacement project. It's a $3.55 million project split between the water and the sewer fund. So part of where we could see this positive balance is that we have spent money towards the projects and have not received all of our reimbursements back for that as well. It's just all a matter of timing at the close of the quarter when things are coming in. Other projects are grant funded. There's a water tank rehabilitation project through the WWDC. And you can see, looking at the capital outlay, down towards the bottom, top of your expenses there, we're only at 44% of the expenses that we have budgeted. So we're still moving forward with some of those capital projects, and you'll see that they'll be carried over into the next fiscal year budget as well. There's a water tank rehabilitation, hydrant and valve repairs, which will please some of our members of our community who are having concerns about hydrants. There was a mini vac and exercising equipment and a few other minor projects and include an improvement schedule for the water fund. So we're not sitting too bad for the close of the quarter. The wastewater fund, the annual budget there is $6.74 million. This budget closed the quarter with a balance of $91,289 in revenues over expenditures. Very similar to the water fund, we've got a lot of large-scale capital projects scheduled, and currently our capital outlay spend on this fund is only 27%. So the budget was approved for a cash transfer of $550,000. And additional projects outside of the ones that are matched with the water fund are improvements to our wastewater treatment plant. It's a very aging facility, 30-plus years old. We're dumping a lot of money into that to keep those upgraded and functioning fully. And then there's an A&T lift station, and then, of course, the mini vac and the valve exerciser scheduled for the wastewater fund this year. Our sanitation fund is probably our healthiest fund as far as enterprise funds go. The annual budget for this fund this year is $2.79 million. And the fund closed with a positive balance of $394,782. We do have a planned purchase for a sanitation truck this year, which I believe will be coming in this year. And they run about $300,000. So we can take that positive balance of $394 and subtract that sanitation truck out of there. And then also we did purchase a recycle truck in the sanitation fund this year. And then the last fund that I have to report on for the quarter is the air service fund. At the close of the quarter, the air service fund had a negative balance, a deficit balance of $174,000. in revenues over expenditures. This has primarily been funded by 0.5% dollars. I do have a balance in the Economic Development Fund that we do need to transfer over to Air Service that will offset this negative balance. But I believe this is the last month of last month, March was the last month of sales tax collections. So we should be receiving revenues for 2 more months regarding economic development funding. And once we've received all the revenues, then I'll transfer it all over at once. With this one, the council also approved a cash transfer of $800,000 to assist with Air Service. Depending on how the invoices land in this last quarter of the year, it's unlikely that we're going to require the full $800,000, but that is what was approved in the event that we need it. And with that, I would stand for any other questions that anybody might have.
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Well done, as usual.
Thank
Great
you.
report. Appreciate your hard work. Appreciate the hard work of our senior
Absolutely.
staff and
Yeah.
in terms of keeping us on the right track financially.
Yeah, that was.
Thank you. We try.
Yeah.
All right.
you're-
Well, yes, sir.
Mr. Butterfield, I received a draft on the airport loading. Are we still putting people on at a higher rate than we have in the past?
Your Honor, Councilman, yes, we are. As far as year-over-year performance, because we have the return of the second flight in comparison with last year, we're performing very well. Right now, our booking percentages, I get this every week, hovers around 70% across all of our flights. And that we are doing better year-over-year as far as the load factor that we have on our flights.
We see in some point in the future where our present equipment will not be sufficient for the load coming out of here?
Your Honor, Councilman, I do see that in the future, we will be looking at an upsizing of the aircraft. Part of that is due to our performance in the market, and part of it is due to the inevitability that the CRJ 200 will be retired, and we would need to upgauge at that point.
Last question, will we need to expand our airport runway length any with newer equipment?
Your Honor, Councilman, no, our runway is fine. We have a great runway. It's a little over 8,000 feet long. It can accommodate and has been built to accommodate larger aircraft from a length and a weight capacity standpoint. Where we will need to invest in growth is the size of our terminal.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that equipment there, the new equipment and everything takes up quite a bit of room and it limits our ability to.
Well, and when you go to a 70-seat plane, you've got to have room to seat 70 people, and we don't. So-
In the terminal.
In the terminal.
And their luggage.
Huge ship.
All right, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion.
No discussion?
No discussion. We have a motion by Councilman Carr and a second by Councilwoman Johnson. All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Don't.
Anyone opposed, I don't want to hear it.
We are adjourned at 10:50.